Okay, it is 6 p.m., May 18th, 2015. Time to call this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD to order. It's time for us to get underway. I count 6 board members in attendance. Dr. Keys is absent. Mr. Overfeld, we have a quorum, correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
Let the record show that a quorum of the board members are present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. At this time, if you'd stand for opening ceremonies. First, a moment of silence. Now the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Okay, now that the meeting is officially open and underway, that brings us to agenda item 4, which are recognitions. We have a number of recognitions from students, so we're going to take those first. And before we get to that, I'd also like to point out to the board, as you know, there are a number of individuals from the community who have signed up to speak, so I was thinking after we get through with the recognitions, if it pleases the board, we could bring up the public comment section after that. Would everyone be okay with that?
Sounds good.
Okay. Let's do the recognitions of those students first. So we're on 4A, recognition of secondary academic UIL students. Patty Brown, I think you're presenting that for us.
Sir. Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, board members. Tonight we will recognize the secondary UIL students who placed in one or more district meets and qualified for post-district. Should work. Okay. Sorry, technology didn't want to play nice today. Okay, we'll start with Del Rio High School. The UIL coordinator for Del Rio High School is Terry Ahrens. The high school UIL sponsors are Larissa Garensway, James Millender, Cheryl Casbier, Patricia Bautista, Lauren Cardenas, Leticia Partida, Arthur Thomas, Carmen Sutton, Ophelia Hernandez, Nina Asbury, Hugo Tarango, Raquel Martin, and Terry Ahrens. The high school UIL academic meets start in October and go all the way through May, and they've listed the different high schools and events they go to, including one-act play. So they start early in the fall and continue through May. We had quite a few post-district qualifiers, so if these students are here, if they would please come up. For academics, for number sense, first place, Israel Sosa. For calculator application, second place, Marie Carmen del Toro Montanez. For science, first place in top physics, Luis Cadena. For science, top chemistry, Jose Rueda. For headline writing, Alejandra Terrones, second place. These are our academic students. Then one-act play. For the first time, our one-act play in the history of Del Rio High School has advanced past district. They are the most points earned at district by any one-act play. They were a by-district finalist. So the students in the one-act play are Diego Reyes, honorable mention crew, Enrique Lozano, all-star cast, Amber Carta, all-star cast, Paola Esquivel, Daniel White, Francisco Escobedo, best actor, Bradley Beto, Benjamin Rivera, Alana Lata, top crew, Myra Rodriguez, Samantha Perez, Carolina Herrera. And the sponsor for One Act Play is Raquel Martin with, let me get to that picture here, you have to see their picture. Raquel is the one with the thing around her neck. And Josue Gonzalez is assisting her in One Act Play. So we're very, very pleased and excited for all of our Del Rio High School students that advance past district. Congratulations.
Good work. Good one.
Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Congratulations.
Good one. Good work. Good work. Good work.
Congratulations. Thank you. Good job.
We dream to be on the front row. We get 2 rows. All right. Thank you. All right, hold it, hold it. Thank you.
French.
So you guys gonna do it again?
Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations.
Good work. Good work. All right. Way to go. Way to go. Good job. Well, good work. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Way to go. There you go. Good job.
Next, we have Del Rio Middle School. The UIL coordinator for Del Rio Middle School is Griselda Martinez. Their UIL sponsors are Terry Garcia, Sandra Garcia, Michelle Gomez, Yadira Hernandez, Lily Keldy, Griselda Martinez, Melissa Ortiz, Arturo Padilla, Lori Ramirez, Rosalinda Ramirez, Claudia Talamontes, and Jeffrey Tomlin. Both middle schools, Del Rio Middle and San Felipe Memorial Middle School, compete in 2 leagues. They compete in STAL, which is South Texas Academic Literary League, and they compete in TMSCA, which is Texas Math and Science Coaches Association. Their meets don't start until January, so they work January through April, and then on into May if they, the state is in April, so January through April. For Stall, they have a Tournament of Champions, and we had 44 students in 7th grade qualify for Tournament of Champions. We had 6 first-place winners. So we couldn't have all these students come up here because they wouldn't fit, unfortunately. For 8th grade, we had 40 students qualify with 7 first-place winners. And we wish we could recognize all 84 students here tonight, but because of space, we'd like the first-place students and sponsors to come forward as I read their name. 7th grade, Andrea De Leon. Whoops, I'm sorry, I was going to do Stall first. That's all right, we'll do state. State meet, Andrea De Leon, number sense. Nancy Marufo, calculator, 7th grade state meet finalist. In Stall, Tournament of Champions, our first place winners, Jimena Huerta, calculator. Andrea De Leon, number sense. Gabriela Yakel, spelling. Kaylee Yai, maps, charts, and graphs. Sienna Palacio, oratory. Antonio Navejar, dictionary skills. 8th grade, state meet finalist, TMSCA. Science, Aaron Escado. Number sense, Rob Smith. Install, Tournament of Champions, first place winners, 8th grade. Rob Smith, number sense. Alexandra Clay, spelling. Michelle Anzik and Anissa Vasquez, duet, humorous. Akaza Flores and Betty Lee Rogers, duet, pantomime. Emilia Reyes, prose. Aaron Escado, ready writing. Frank Gonzalez, social studies. And here's a picture of all of the students.
Well, that's one group only. We had 3 groups.
Well, okay.
Couldn't get them all.
Okay, so these are our 7th and 8th grade Tournament of Champion first place winners. Not all of them, just our first place. And our state meet finalists for Del Rio Middle School. Congratulations, Del Rio Middle School.
So much for supporting UIL.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you for supporting UIL. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good job.
Good job.
Good job.
Good job.
Next, we have San Felipe Memorial Middle School. The UIL coordinator at San Felipe Memorial Middle School is Marianne Ortiz. Their UIL sponsors are Tula Acosta, Isabella Fernandez, Lena Keaton, Marianne Ortiz, Maria Salinas, Guillermo Gomez, Claudia Ortiz, Gloria Castaneda, Sarah Cienega, Lily Jimenez, and Laura Pugh. 6th grade also competes in the exact same meets as Del Rio Middle School, going from January through April. For the Tournament of Champions, 6th grade had 63 students qualify, 11 were first place winners. Would the first place winners and their sponsors please come forward as I read your name? For Stall Tournament of Champions first place, number sense, Camila Chavez. Spelling, Eliana Rodriguez. Poetry, Brandon Gonzalez. Oration, Amber Rabe. Ready writing, Marcela Aguirre. Maps, charts, and graphs, Christian Tamez. Dictionary skills, Renee Salas. Duet serious, Kayla Elias and Hannah Rodriguez. Duet Pantomime, Nathan Sanchez and Johan Houton. For state meet finalist for TMSCA, for number sense, Camila Chavez, Gabriela Sobrevilla. Mathematics, Alejandro Salinas. Science, Robert Moore. So again, all of the students could not be here because we did not have space, but these are our first place winners and our state meet finalists for San Felipe Memorial Middle School. Congratulations.
All right, guys, one more over here. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Congratulations. Thank you. Good job. Keep up the good work. Good job. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Keep it up. Keep it up. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Good to see you. Memo, still doing memo.
Keep it up. Congratulations. Good job.
Again, I haven't seen you in a long time. Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Good job. Keep it up. Hi there. Hey, how's it going? Hello there. Hi there.
Oh my gosh, that's just the first one. I'm not even into.
Is that it for 4A? Are we on the next one? Okay. That brings us to agenda item 4B, recognition of elementary student councils receiving the Honor Student Council Excellence Award. Again, Ms. Brown is presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, board members. The Student Council Excellent Award is sponsored by TEPSA, the Texas Elementary Principals and Supervisors Association, and by the National Association of Elementary School Principals. The goal of this award is to recognize student councils for outstanding participation in community service, student leadership, citizenship, and school spirit. The schools that receive this award for 2014-2015 will be receiving a trophy at our fall student council leadership training, but we wanted to recognize the student officers now before the 5th grade students move on to 6th grade. Would the student council officers please come forward as I read your school, name, and office? Buena Vista, President Willison Smith, Vice President Ainsley Roseno, Treasurer Ben Hislop, Secretary Kennedy Kusenberger. Ruben Chavira, President Hannah Martinez, Vice President Emma Escamilla, Secretary Yasmin Cardenas, Parliamentarian Brianna Gallegos. Garfield, President Destiny Jenkins, Historian Lena Hackney, Vice President Brianna Castaneda, Treasurer Ritzy Gonzalez, Secretary Natalia Pena. Lonnie Green, President William Stewart, Vice President Samantha Lopez, Treasurer Mikhail Pettis, Secretary Grace Hudson, Historian Axel Cannon. North Heights, President Ariella Smith, Vice President Amy Morin, Secretary Abigail Vasquez, Historian Megan Adams. If the principals would please come stand with their student councils. so we can honor all of our Student Council Honor Excellent Awards. Congratulations, students.
All right, guys, one over here. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Good work, good work.
Congratulations.
Good job, good job.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Good work, good work,
Great job.
good work.
Thank you.
Hi there. Hi there. How you doing? Hey, I like your shirt. Cool shirt. This is the Batman Club? All right. Good work. Keep it up. Garfield, I used to go to Garfield.
I know you.
We were the Cowboys, not the Ponies.
Congratulations.
Keep up good work, good work. Way to go, way to go. Good job, good job. Good job. Good job. A future leader.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 4C, recognition of the Del Rio Middle School Queens Pom Team, Del Rio Freshman School Sapphires, and Del Rio High School Dance Company that competed at the Showtime International Dance Competition. Mr. Juan Nunez is presenting. Ryan, lots of trophies.
Good evening, Mr. Gabridian, Dr. Rios, and school board members. Today, I'm here to present the dance students that recently participated in various competitions. The Del Rio Middle School Queens Dance Team competed Saturday, April 11th with Showtime International Dance Competition at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. The young ladies took 8 routines to compete, 16 routines and an officer routine, and a solo routine performed by Raina Haynes. The team was awarded with a First Division and Best in Category award for the officer hip hop routine. They received Best in Category in all 6 of their routines: kick, jazz, modern jazz, pop, hip hop, and open routines, along with the Sweepstakes Award and Judges Award. Overall, the girls received the Circle of Champion Award, runner-up of the Grand Champion, and another invitation to participate in the 2015 Macy's Parade in New York. The Del Rio Middle School dance team brought back a total of 11 awards. The dance instructor is Ms. Kayla Lopez. On the middle stage, the Sapphires competed Saturday, April 18th at Showtime International Dance Competition at SeaWorld in San Antonio. The team received the Sweepstakes Award, First Division rating in all routines, Best in Category for Officer Jazz, Best in Category and Judges Award for Team Jazz, Best in Category for Team Kick, runner-up in Team Palm. The instructor is Ms. Brittany Brandenberger. And finally, The Del Rio High School Dance Company competed at Showtime International Rainy Day Competition at Judson High School in San Antonio, also on the 18th of April. The team was awarded Sweepstakes, Judges Award, Grand Champion, and Best in Category for their jazz, hip-hop, modern, and lyrical team dance. They also won first and second place for two of their medium jazz ensembles. Also, congratulations to Bianca Almaraz, who won first runner-up for high school solo. The dance instructor is Mrs. Diana Rodriguez. I would like to thank the students and sponsors for their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Let me get yours. One, two, three. Alright, let me get one of you guys. Alright, one, two, three. Alright, my turn. Thank you. One, two, three. Thank you. Alright, one more. Alright, thank you.
Good job.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 4D, recognition of Del Rio Middle School bands, Del Rio High School Choir, and Del Rio High School bands for receiving a first division rating or a sweepstakes award at the University Interscholastic League competition. Again, Mr. Nunez is presenting.
At this time, I would like to present students that have recently participated in their UIL competitions. To my right, the Del Rio Middle School Concert and Symphonic Band participated in UIL Concert Sight Reading Contest in Eagle Pass on Thursday, April 9th. The concert band received a first division rating in sight reading, and the symphonic band received a first division rating in both concert and sight reading, thus earning them a sweepstakes trophy. The bands consist of 7th and 8th graders, and the directors are Mr. Raul Cisneros and Mr. Jesse Brijava. The Del Rio High School Varsity Mixed Choir, also known as the Choir Leaders, under the direction of Mr. Josue Gonzalez, has made history this year for achieving a Division I in concert at the 2015 UIL Concert Sight Reading Competition in Renham High School in San Antonio this past April. This is the first of its kind for this group. The last time this group received a UIL award was in 1985-86 for sight reading. I would like to congratulate all the students for their hard work and dedication. The following took place on April 8th. The Del Rio High School Concert Band participated at UIL Concert Sight Reading Contest at Taft High School in San Antonio. The band earned a sweepstakes award, which includes straight 1 divisions in sight reading and also in concert. The concert band is under the direction of Mr. Morales. The Del Rio High School Symphonic Band received a superior rating at the UIL sight reading contest, an excellent rating in the concert portion. The contest was also held at Taft High School in San Antonio. The band is under the direction of Mr. Daniel White. And if the Del Rio High School Wind Ensemble, under the direction of Mr. Ricardo Rios, attained straight first divisions on concert, and also in sight reading, which also deserved to win a sweepstakes award. As you can well see this beautiful big plaque there at the trophy at the UIL concert sight reading contest, also at Taft High School on April 8th. Congratulations to all the students and the directors for the hard work and dedication to the programs. As we are finalizing the pictures here, I'd like to once again take the opportunity to thank you, administration and school board, for all the support for the fine arts.
That brings us to agenda item 4E, recognition of career and technology education welding dual credit student graduates who completed the Southwest Texas Junior College Welding Technology Program. Mr. Gonzalez is presenting.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. CT would like to recognize Del Rio High School's welding students who recently completed the Southwest Texas Junior College Welding Technology Program and graduated with a welding technology certificate. This is a first for our school district and for our CTE program. I am proud to introduce our honored graduates, along with Mr. Townsend, our instructor. First honored graduate, Raul Guerrero. Marco Hernandez. Josué Longoria. Eliseo Pérez. Raimundo Reyes. And Luis Saucedo. These students were enrolled in the Principles of Manufacturing class during their sophomore year, then completed 27 dual credit hours for certification. During their junior year, they were enrolled in 3 classes, including Introduction to Gas Metal Arc Welding, Introduction to Shield Metal Arc Welding, Introduction to Blueprint Reading for Welders. During this current year, senior year, they were enrolled in 4 additional courses. Intermediate Shield Metal Arc Welding, Introduction to Layout and Fabrication, Introduction to Pipe Welding, and Intermediate Layout and Fabrication. In addition to their Welding Technology Certificate, our school district provides many opportunities for our CT welding students. This same 6 individuals obtain national industry certifications, including OSHA Career Safe, National Center for Construction Education and Research, or also known as NCCER, Welding Level 1, multiple individual weld certifications based on welding joint type and position through the American Welding Society, or AWS, and Schools for Excelling National Skills Standard Education, also known as SENSE. Of the 55 students who received this specialty welding certificate this weekend in graduation ceremonies at Southwest Texas Junior College in Uvalde, our 6 graduates were the only high school students to receive this honor. This is truly a unique accomplishment. We congratulate the students' achievements, recognize the talent in our dedicated instructor, Mr. Todd Townsend, and applaud the support from administration and parents as these students continue in their post-secondary education or enter the workforce. Congratulations.
Alright guys, one more photo. Thank you.
Good job, good job. Don't take the volumes out fracking, okay?
Good job.
We'll have earthquakes with that.
Good job.
Good job, good job.
Good job.
Way to go, way to go. Good job.
Congratulations. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Congratulations, sir.
You guys are doing great. Congratulations for everything.
Man, I tell you what, great. Congratulations.
It's very impressive.
Thank you to the administration and the board for the support of all our CT programs. They will be trading in their Southwest Texas Junior College gowns for blue ones for the Rams.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez? So you pointed out the distinction, and excellent distinction, that this was the only high school students that earned that distinction, correct?
Under welding, yes, sir.
And welding. Now, it was approximately 3 years ago that the dual credit welding program started, correct?
Correct.
So in 3 short years, it's reached that distinction. That's impressive.
Thank you.
Very impressive.
Very impressive, sir.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, as I had alluded to earlier, I know we have a number of individuals from the community that have signed up to address the board. Is there anyone who did not get a chance to sign up and wants to speak out there in the foyer? I want to make sure we don't miss anyone. And there's certainly room in here if there are people out there that want to come in and sit down. You're more than welcome to have my chair if there's not enough. No, I'm serious. Come on in. Welcome to your boardroom. We'll just pause a moment. I want to make sure everyone who needs a seat will get a seat. Everyone who wants to come in can come in. There's plenty of seats. chair? Do we have enough chairs?
Up in the front.
I think that was broken.
No? We good? Okay. And there's no one else who wants to sign up before we begin? Okay. Well, like I said, we have guests from the community. We welcome them. In case you haven't been here before, this is the boardroom of the San Felipe del Rio CISD Board of Trustees. And you as taxpayers, this is your boardroom, so feel at ease. I have, looks like 5 individuals who signed up. And as we said earlier, we're moving up the public comments to this time. Before we begin, there are some guidelines and some rules that I'll need to make clear. The Board of Trustees encourages comments from citizens of the district or from district employees. And anyone wishing to speak, either as an individual or as a representative of a group, may do so at this time. The Board of Trustees asks that comments pertain to public education issues and be no longer than 3 minutes. Please remember that the Board of Trustees may not discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on our agenda for tonight's meeting. If an issue mentioned is listed on tonight's agenda, the Board of Trustees will defer discussion until the appropriate time during the meeting. Complaints by students or their parents may be heard in accordance with policies FNG Legal and FNG Local. For employees, complaints are heard in accordance with policies DGBA Legal and DGBA Local. Citizen complaints are heard in accordance with policy GF Local. All should follow the chain of command, and if a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, the person may appeal the administrative decision to the Board of Trustees as a properly posted agenda item. With that said, we'll take them in the order I believe that they were given, and we numbered them. The first one is Graciela Carrillo. Is she here?
Yes, I'm here, but I have problems standing.
That's fine. Wherever you want to speak from, that's fine with us.
The reason I'm here is because I
But
went
could we get the microphone to Mrs. Carrillo so everyone can hear?
See, the reason I'm here is because I want you to please reconsider the rezoning program. I believe that this is going to affect our children with disability. I'm here because I have a child with disability, and his main problem is focusing and adjusting to the environment. By you moving him to another school, it's just going to affect his education, and he has a right for an education. So please consider that. I don't want my son to struggle next year. It took him 3 years to get adjusted to the environment and do better in school. I have not had a complaint from the school anymore. But by you sending him over there, it's going to affect him big times. And I know he's going to struggle next year again. And maybe he's going to be there 3 more years in elementary. He only needs 2 more years to complete his elementary years. So please consider that. Think about our children with disability. I know there's a lot of parents and a lot of kids that are coded 504. You're not doing a benefit to them. This is not no benefit to them. Now, I asked for a letter from the school, and they denied it. They're denying one of his rights as a child with a disability. So I need to know what's going to be done about it. I need that letter for the EAP records. So please consider that.
Thank you. The next person that signed up, and again, in the order that they were given, is Ms. Dana Taylor. Ms. Taylor? Mrs. Taylor?
Thank you, President Garabedian and Board, for letting me speak. I would like to start off by saying what I see happening are 3 separate issues. The first 2 mask the real issue. Overcrowding, the premise that overcrowding necessitates rezoning. Well, if we had more schools to rezone them to. However, we've identified ways that we could stop this from upsetting the community. If we could stop busing students out of their neighborhood to, as Dr. Rios has identified, overutilized schools. After all, if you have to pass a school zone to get to your school, It's not your neighborhood school. We could enforce restricting non-residents from attending, which Dr. Rios has identified as an existing problem. And we could stop granting transfer requests out of your neighborhood into overutilized schools. I've heard him tell people the only way to get out of the rezoning is to request transfers. Well, not everyone can request a transfer and get it. He also told military families that they will have military preference for transfer requests. Buena Vista's been overcrowded for years. These measures would help without rezoning people who may have bought their homes in their school zone, not to mention the traffic burden it will add for families now having to travel to a more distant school. But overcrowding is not the real issue, because we're still talking about busing students into bilingual centers, one at Buena Vista. So now we're pushing out neighborhood kids that can see the school, and we're busing in the bilingual children who deserve also their education in their own neighborhood. If we do this rezoning map and we do the bilingual center idea, Buena Vista will have 7 kindergartens from what I understand. 4 will be bilingual and 3 will be regular. And they'll no longer have a steady instructional aide. Those aides will rotate through the English-speaking kindergartens. Teachers are unhappy about this, but they fear retribution, and so they won't speak up. So the Buena Vista left behind in this plan is no longer the Buena Vista people sought. So it does affect property values of the people rezoned and the people left behind. But as a border city, every single school in our district should have exemplary ESL. But where the bilingual students receive their education isn't the issue either. The real issue is trying to hide underperforming student test scores amongst higher performing schools, and diluting every school's success so that you can say that all schools are performing at acceptable levels is not doing a favor to the community. Extricating students from their neighborhood, segregating the bilinguals, and lowering property values, increasing community tax burden is not good for any of us, or traffic burden is not good for any of us. So please halt this rezone. There are amicable solutions to rezoning, even before schools can be built to manage our overcrowding. Please stop this bilingual center implementation until we have appropriate places in which to place that. And please stop Dr. Rios from lowering our community-wide test scores instead of increasing the standard. As a parent, a citizen, a voter, and a taxpayer, I ask you, please, stop this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one I have in order is Jared Hauser. Mr. Hauser?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I don't know if I can follow that. She had very informative. Basically, the issues that I want to deal with is I'm going to have to pass by a school to take my daughters to school, to take one daughter to school, go back and then pick up another daughter, and then go clear across town to the middle school and pick up another daughter. That's unheard of. That's ridiculous. I want to know who's going to pay for my gas to do this. And also, I have something that I wrote while I was sitting out there, based on the questions and answers that we had last week, which left a horrible taste in my mouth. I left halfway through because of the disrespect. But I'm going to read this, and don't take this the wrong way, but during the whole rezoning issue, I have noticed a blatant lack of concern for the welfare of the children and the hardships being placed on the parents. However, based on the last week's question and answer at Buena Vista with Dr. Rios, it is brought to my attention that his lack of integrity and professionalism. Dr. Rios was asked several questions in which he answered, in my opinion, completely dishonest. Also, as a reference to his lack of professionalism, he repeatedly answered dishonest, and finally completely disregarded parents' concerns by abruptly leaving the meeting and stating, "I'm done." In conclusion, I leave you with this. Is this the message we are trying to convey to our students? A blatant lack of concern for honesty and professionalism,
And is this the type of administrators that we want to hire in our school district? Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker Mr. 4, Mr. Wenrostro, I believe, is Lupe, right? You're here? Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Guadalupe Wenrostro, for those that don't know. I've lived here since I was in middle school, with the exception of the time that I served in the Marine Corps. I enjoy serving my country, as well as my community, and I come before you today with concerns for my community, our community, neighborhoods, friends, families, in regards to the rezoning and bilingual centers. I would like to bring a light a few matters to keep in mind if the current plans move forward. I know that Ms. Taylor touched on quite a few, so I won't take up any more time because I know we got 3 minutes. But what I would like to add on to her speech was the fact that when you're moving the students, from what I understand, that was given in the think tank, the think tank committee actually provided that PowerPoint presentation on February 16th. And from what I understand, the kids report to the home campus, then they're transported to the new campus. So then we're getting 7 and 8-year-olds grabbing a bus from their normal bus stop, going to the home campus, then getting off that bus to catch another bus to go to the other campus. That sounds like you're in New York catching a couple of subways. I don't think that that's the way we should treat our kids, especially not 7, 8-year-olds. Or what happens if they miss the bus? Or just have after-school robotics or some after-school UIL activities, as you can see the kids do perform in those. Who's going to pick them up? Before they were able to walk home, ride the bike home, and now they're being transported halfway across the city. I think that would be something to consider. Are they going to try to ride the bike halfway across the city now in order to make it home? Are they going to have to sit there and wait till 6 o'clock in the afternoon till their parents get off a job or in between jobs? I'm not sure, but I think there's definitely something to consider there when doing so. Another thing to consider is, I'm not sure if some of the parents know, but it was also recommended to you guys that if the bilingual centers are created, that the parents won't be allowed to pull them out of the bilingual center unless they reach the proficiency level that they need to in order to get out. And I was under the impression that the bilingual program is used as to help the students. What if the parents feel that that program is no longer helping them out, and they figure, well, maybe the student does better, or their child would do better in a sink or swim situation? Both my parents are from Mexico, born and raised in Mexico. I'm a first-generation American. As you can see, I speak English clearly. I've also been able to obtain my bachelor's degree in mathematics. I went to elementary school in Indiana. There was no ESL program, no bilingual program there. And I do think that there are some parents that may think that this program may not be best for their kids, or wasn't what they expected it to be. And they should be allowed to pull their child out. Another thing I would like to keep in mind, as Ms. Taylor touched on, was the property values. I've been in touch with a couple realtors, and the realtors mentioned that if you're not in that zone that you wanted your kids to go to school, that the market value of your home will go down, because then you're not buying a home in the school that you want to buy, which is fine. But the good thing is the entities will still collect their money, because I contacted the Val Verde County Appraisal District, and they went ahead and said your values won't go down. So for property taxing values, those stay the same, just to make sure everybody knows. But your market value, those will go down, just to ensure that you guys know. And just as also as she mentioned, the things that make up the non-improvement required schools, those students, those teachers don't want to move, that have created the learning environment that they've created. Well, now you're moving the students from an improvement required school to a non-improvement required school. But what make that a non-improvement required school will no longer be there, because those students will be bused and some of those teachers will be bused. So essentially, it's like you're moving those kids over here, those kids over there. Those test scores will come up. These may come down, so you're trying to balance out those test scores. And if you do create those bilingual centers, some of those kids, they may be ridiculed already for going to a bilingual school. But now you're creating a bilingual center. That's segregation to me. What happened to Martin Luther King? I had a dream. You spent all that time. And I apologize. I wanted to come with a couple solutions, but
It's okay. Does anyone object if Mr. Wenrostro finishes his comment? Are we under strict time constraints? I'm not. Go ahead, Mr. Wenrostro.
thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I just want to make sure that I would like to just at least touch up on a couple of solutions that, since the other comments I was going to make earlier seem to have already been touched, is that if we take the bilingual centers out and we do need a rezone for overcrowding, maybe we wouldn't have to rezone so much, because now you're not trying to move an extra 100 students out to move 90 more students in. Maybe that's something we can work with. Another thing that we consider is, what if we provide trailers at some of those overcrowded schools, like the junior college has done? Maybe that'll buy us some time until we remodel one of these campuses that are not being utilized right now, or build another school. I just didn't want to come with just issues here. I know that, Dr. Rios, you have a job to do, and I know you have a problem in front of you. I may not agree with what the think tank has brought to you to fix the issue, and I'm not saying that this is all your decision, because I know that it was made up of principals, administration, and I think 7, 8 parents that was in that PowerPoint presentation. But I think that there may be another solution to resolve what's taking place in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the fifth person who signed up, I believe it's Marcelino Rodriguez.
No, I'm Marcelino Rodriguez. On your putting people in schools and stuff, well, it's actually pretty much useless in my point of view. For the simple fact that when we were younger, hey, if you knew Spanish and you didn't know English, you just had to work a little bit harder to learn more English, to get acquainted to the people that were there. I mean, despite the fact of what it was. On the rezoning, hey, I don't know if you rezone them every 2 days or what, but when I went to my meeting, I was in my zoning school. 2 days later, I went to school. I spoke to the principal. I'm out of the rezoning. I mean, the zone that I was shown. What are y'all doing? I don't know. You know, but are we going to be heard? Yeah, because we're right here telling y'all. Are we going to be taken into consideration? Probably not. But just something I had to say to y'all. Thank y'all.
That was it, correct, Betty? Was there no one else? Okay.
There was a lady that, I'm sorry, she just got in and she would like to make a statement as well. I'm not sure if that's still possible or not.
I have no objections. Does the board object? No. Okay.
Okay. As you may know, I don't know if you do or not, I had organized an online petition, and I only tackled the Buena Vista area because I really didn't know anybody in any other area that was being affected until we reached out and found at least 147 other people that decided to sign this petition. The rezoning of the Buena Vista school area it's senseless and will not only immensely affect the property values for the homeowners in the area, many of whom brought homes here in order to be in close proximity to the school, but will also more directly affect the lives of our children. Many of these children are well-established students at this school. My daughter's been at Buena Vista since kindergarten. All 3 of my kids started since kindergarten. She's now a 5th grader. I went to Buena Vista when I was younger. Many of the teachers at Buena Vista that taught me are still working there and teaching my children. Ripping them away from the staff that has helped them to thrive, and their friends who will likely be split up into different schools is unjust and cruel. You cannot make education more difficult for the children and more inconvenient for the parents and expect better test scores for the district after shaking up their lives. Subjecting our students and parents to this stress is unwarranted and will not be a means to a better end. I have 147 signatures on this, and I don't know where to put it. Not like it's probably not gonna do any good anyway. Thank you.
If you'd, if you'd like to leave a copy, you can leave it with us.
It's right there.
It's
I
there?
don't know where to put it.
Okay. And Ms. Lozano asked what your name was?
My name is on the top.
What was that? Oh, at the top. I have it here. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Just a couple of factual items. For those of you in attendance who spoke or who listened, the board cannot speak to an item that's not on the agenda, and there's not specifically an item on the agenda that addresses the rezoning or the bilingual academies. The bilingual academies, are we calling them academies, or what are they called? Bilingual centers, newcomer academies. That was a board item about 3 months ago. The board was split. Me and Mr. Mesa, I think, and Dr. Keys were adamantly opposed. The rezoning is an administrative item, so really questions, concerns about that need to be directed to the superintendent. I don't know if you want that petition, that, okay. Set up, okay. Anything else? Okay. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 6, board members' report. Just a couple of items for clarification. On agenda item 6A, board preparation for the summative evaluation of superintendent. These were on last month, but just as a point of clarification, because I think Ms. Lozano, you weren't here last month, and Dr. Keys, I believe you were late and probably didn't catch the information about the item. So we had a chance last month to discuss the reports, internal, external reports that the board would want prepared for that evaluation. Dr. Garza, can you help me on the website real quick? And now, the reason I'm bringing it is now is a good time, right? If you want to add something or tweak something or something like that, can you go to the About Us? Let's go to that calendar real quick, superintendent. Whoops. Make sure we're not missing something. Yeah, I think that's where the calendar is. There should be a link where there's this planning calendar, yes. Let's take a quick look at May. Okay, so later this month, we're going to send out the blank evaluation forms, contract, all that stuff like we had last time in the package. So that'll be coming out by the end of the month, early next month. So now's your opportunity. We know the commissioner's worksheet will get completed. HASB employee survey will be available. There are a couple other items, I think, that were requested, like what was it, personnel?
I think, you requested the personnel report, and I think Mr. Mesa requested a report on the instructional coaches.
Okay.
And I think that's all I have. And I have other information I'll provide to y'all, but
I think additionally, the number of days that they had been pulled out for instruction.
So what else? Ms. Lozano? We don't have to spend a lot of time, but I don't want to miss another opportunity as a group to make sure these are the reports, whatever that you want.
If at all possible, I know that you may not have a lot of control over it, but the report from the TEA visit in February that we've all been waiting for.
yes, ma'am. And I really hope I have that to share with y'all. Ida Gomez, she'll be here if she's not here. She has been in direct contact with TA, but they have delayed the report, and I think that at least on one occasion, I've shared emails where the contact person just says, it's being revised, but in my experience in other districts where we've gone through the same process, it's been the same delay. TA went through a cutback of a couple years ago, and it really affected them, and it's something that they've done for every district. They've been very delayed. Do you have any questions for Ms. Gomez? Thank you.
So is the board good with the reports we mentioned last time and a reiteration of what we're talking about this time? I mean, that way, because we're not going to have another opportunity for much advance notice. Mr. Mesa?
I believe the district ratings were out today, whether it's A, B, C, D, F?
No, sir. We are hoping to get the unofficial scores this week. I think, Dr. Garza? Well, but even the scores are scheduled to be received this week.
Yes.
But those are unofficial scores. The campus ratings don't come out until July something. I'll have Dr. Garza check the dates while we're still here so he can give them to you. The official ratings won't come out until late July. The scores, however, preliminary reports will come, and we will provide board members with comparison of this year's preliminary reports with last year's preliminary reports, and we will also share with you the differences. For example, last year, 2 years ago, the bilingual kids did not count. Last year, the bilingual kids did count. This year, the bilingual kids who are identified as CIFs will not count. So we'll do the best we can to share with you the differences so that you can see why the scores may have gone up or down. Special ed students taking star A do not count. So there's a lot of changes constantly, and it's important that we understand the changes to see if there is a fluctuation in scores related to student performance, or they're related to just tests that counted or tests that didn't count. This year, you're going to see more tests that don't count as opposed to last year, and we'll be sure to provide that information, sir.
My understanding, sir, if I can ask another question, was that they were going to be released today. And this is not, the official, well, I'm saying the ratings were going to be out today. And I know that that's not the official one because there's still some students who will be taking a third administration.
I will check on it, sir, and I know that Mrs. Smith is out there, but we are constantly looking at the word aloud. What is that website that we look at all the time? The TASE or one of those websites. We're constantly looking at it, and Mrs. Smith is constantly on it, and she did not report anything to me. I know that the scores will be here on the 20th or 21st, but I'll check on it, sir.
If you have something, is there any way we can have a look at that?
Sure. Well,
No,
I think that's released.
No, absolutely. We'll provide it as soon as it's released, like we did when the fifth grade scores came up. And usually we talk with other districts, and our accountability person, which in this case is Ms. Sanchez, Angelica Sanchez. She's in constant communication with Laredo, just to see if the scores have come in, and that just hasn't happened. But as soon as we get them, we'll absolutely share them with you.
I'll find out.
Dr. Rios?
There are some reports that are already coming available. For example, I shared with y'all on the same day that we received it, the HR report on the climate survey. So a report like that is available. But the other reports, they're either going to be preliminary data because they're just not available. But we'll give them to you individually, then we'll give them to you in a whole packet at the end.
We just checked on TEAS. That's the website that we're looking at all the time. They're not there yet, sir.
Anything else? No. Like I said, mainly, I know we had spoke of it last week, but mainly for Dr. Keyes, I think, who was late last week, you were absent, give an opportunity to see if there's something in addition that that's already forthcoming. So it sounds like things are set. We also had given 2 tentative dates, both of them a Saturday in June, June the 20th and the 27th. I don't know if anyone had a chance to look at their calendar. They're busy summer scheduled or whatever it is. I mean, I'm fine with either date.
Saturday's fine with me.
Saturday, the 20th or the 27th of June.
One of them might be the weekend of Father's Day.
Yeah,
so
that's
it might-
kind of what I wanted to clear out, to make sure we're,
Maybe someone about that time.
and then I think, is the 20th that's not the Saturday of the TASB
No.
thing, right?
11th and
Okay.
13th.
So, all right, is the 20th, is that Father's Day weekend, if it matters? I don't know.
I believe so, yes.
It matters, yeah.
It matters. It matters.
Okay,
Fathers matter.
all right. Well, I mean, whenever, but I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to say, oh, let's settle on this date or not. So it looks more like June the 27th, then, will be the date. Okay. Tessa? 27?
fine,
Okay.
yes,
Mr. Overfeld?
That's fine.
Ms. Haynes? Dr. Keys? Okay. All right, then it looks like the 27th is our semi-official date, so we know that long in advance. On those preliminary reports, like the TASB survey, other than what was provided as a preliminary report, will there be like a later update, or does that take longer?
The report that I shared with y'all was finalized
Okay.
As presented to y'all. There are additional reports for individual campuses that are coming in. I can certainly share that with y'all as well, but that is by campus versus
Sure.
district-wide.
Okay.
And it's an electronic file. We can certainly forward that to y'all.
Okay, all right, I think we're probably pretty clear on that, so let's move on to 6B. Again, a reminder for the benefit of the two who weren't here. We have the TASB Summer Leadership coming up in June. This is a legislative year, so we need to make sure that we do the post-legislative component. And I don't mean to be pushy, but I know Ms. Falcone keeps sending those emails, right? Have we turned in our registration or whatever? So she really needs everyone to do that. And when you do it, make sure that you indicate that, you're going to go to that post-legislative session, because if you don't, you'll need to find another opportunity later in the year to do that. Ms. Lozano, you have a question or something?
The post-legislative session, typically general session, since it's required
No.
for everybody?
It's the
No,
day before.
It is, right? One day before?
June 10th.
Wednesday evening?
Yes.
It's a June the 10th.
Yeah, that's a good point, because if that's the opportunity during the training that we must have, then for those of us who work, right, we're going to need to get out of town a little bit earlier.
Yeah, otherwise you have to go to Fort Worth the next
That would probably be the next
time,
opportunity.
next
yeah.
weekend.
And the time, Ms. Falcone, is 5:30? 5. Thank you. I missed that somewhere.
And, of course, the hours that you accumulate in those trainings, that's considered Tier 3, which yearly you need 5 hours, which we have no trouble getting that amount of hours, but just to make sure. Okay. Other questions on that? Anything? Okay, hopefully everybody turns in their registration packet or scheduling to Ms. Falcone. I turned mine in, right? Didn't I? Okay. Here I am making sure. I wasn't sure if I did it. Okay. All right, and then finally, 6C, again, not to admonish anyone, but there are a couple of us were missing. We'll make sure we got everybody's input. We'll need to do in the next couple of months the board member / team of 8 required yearly Tier 2 training. Now, last year, we did really an assessment of sorts. It was a board effectiveness assessment. We had the results, and we used the results in different ways, or attempted to. The year before that, We actually did like a district goal-setting session where we kind of revised the district goals or the board goals. And the year before that, we had a session that focused on BE local policy, like board procedures and board member roles and the roles and responsibilities of board officers and things like that. So over the last 3 years, this is the point I'm making, right? Over the last 3 years, we've had kind of a different take on that required team of 8 session. So in anticipation of that, going back to the provider and kind of planning what would be in store this year, what does the board want and what does the superintendent think? I mean, it's a team of 8, that type of activity, so want to do another board assessment, or you want to do like a district vision, district goal revision, or just talk it out for a few minutes? Otherwise, we tell the provider, oh, do a team building session, and, we just kind of get whatever they give us. Or Mr. Mesa?
I think what I would like to see is a board self-evaluation.
Like we did
Perhaps
something similar to last year?
Help us kind of improve for next year. But I also like the goal setting as well, so I mean, I think the goals have to be revised every year, but I think a self-evaluation would help us improve and kind of fine-tune for a better year next year.
Dr. Rios, you have something to add?
Yes, Mr. Garabedian and members of the board, I think that we do need to have the team of 8 training, and I think we need to specifically look at the goals. Over the last 2 years, we've had discussions publicly and privately about the academic standing of the school district. So much so that I personally think it's the most important goal in the school district. So I would like to have purposeful discussions around that goal and really focus as to where we are with that. Because at the end of the day, we are a teaching and learning institution, and I think that having that discussion more routinely, maybe even to the point where we have established committees that consistently look at the programs so that there are no there's no surprises, and so that maybe we can even have more community forums around teaching and learning. I think that safety is a huge concern, but I really think that we are well underway. Today you're going to see an agenda item that talks about the single point of entry, for example. So there was a purpose for that being the top goal, but I think we're well on our way, and I think it's time that we have a discussion to identify really what our next goal should be at the top.
Okay. Anything else as far as the content? Right. What about we're comfortable with like a Saturday? I know the last times the region people have done it, they're pretty flexible, but they only have so many dates, so I don't know that we can necessarily pick an actual date. But if we have a preference, do we prefer like a weekday? I know last year we did a weekday in the late afternoon, like at 5 to 9 or something. I believe once before we did a Saturday morning. And again, it's to try to accommodate everyone, because the team of 8 training is supposed to be for everyone. If there's not, then we have to make some kind of accommodations for whoever missed to make it up. So probably looking at, given the schedule, right, probably July. I don't think it's going to happen in June. So probably looking at July after the 4th, and I know people's vacations and everything else. So, and then people go on vacation for the district, right?
Yes, sir.
So
if I could suggest,
okay.
Remember the board has a budget to approve,
right?
And we're going to have meetings around that. We can have as many meetings as y'all would like, but I just know that we have budgets to consider. I would suggest first or second week in September, just because then we have the start of school. But we're here, and we're here every day. I'm just talking about the board.
Okay, September? Did did you say September?
First week
Of September?
for the training?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's a couple, no, let's just talk that out, because there's a couple things with that. Contractually, we actually say that we're going to reaffirm district goals in relation to your performance goals 45 days in advance, so, and I think the timeline is for August 1st, or September 1st, I'm sorry. So, for the performance goals, that kind of is.
I mean, in order to really work through the budget process, I
Goals
would
should be
think we would
first,
need
right?
to set our goals so that we know where our monies need to be,
Yeah,
focused on.
I think it should be in the summer.
So I don't know when the first budget workshop is.
Let's check on our budget calendar.
The 28th of
What?
June?
Okay,
Okay,
It's
well,
on
let's not
May
do it then.
28th, the first.
Let's do it during the weekday in June sometime.
try to do it maybe in late June,
Mid to late June
mid to late June.
in the evening, because I know I've
After we
got,
come
I know
back
I've got
from-
summer classes.
I think that would've worked for me,
Okay.
weekday.
Dr. Keys, you doing any summer classes? Yeah, during the morning or?
Let's do it during the weekday, that way we can figure our week.
Okay.
Friday.
What evenings do not work for?
Yeah, do you have a
our
conflict?
professors?
No, I'm free on Friday and Saturdays.
Friday and Saturdays. Okay. Mr.
Anytime
Overfeld?
after 12.
Okay. Is anyone keeping notes of this? Okay. That's another kind of timeline, right? I guess late June, early July is following up the TSI, or what do we call it? The LSI Leadership Institute. Okay. All right, well, let's work on that. So I'm hearing self-evaluation and goal setting, right? As far as the content. Okay. No one wants to revisit like board operating procedures, board member roles, board officers, roles and duties, things like that? No? Okay.
I do want to mention something that,
I have one more comment, if I
Okay.
could, and then we'll get to you. On the topic of board teamwork and officers, you know, the board officer terms are for 1 year, and we're finishing our year as the officers of the board. And it's been a privilege and an honor to be board president for these several years, but I'll be stepping aside. I was thinking this next regular meeting, putting it on the agenda. This will be my last year as a board member, and I'd like to spend it advocating for teachers and parents more strongly. So I'm going to put that on the agenda probably next June, or the next regular meeting, which will be in June. Ms. Lozano, I think you'd be a good board president. Been here 5 years. Mr. Overfelt, maybe board vice president. Ms. Haynes, maybe board secretary. I mean, Mr. Chavita's done it, I've done it, Mr. Messa's done it. Dr. Keys, been here 12, 15 years. Well, anyway, I'll put that on an upcoming agenda. Mr. Messa, you had something to
I
add?
just wanted to mention, that I think one thing that we keep talking about, and we kind of put it off for a later date, perhaps at the start of the year, we can set up a committee to look at policy update and look at some of the policies that have not been updated in years.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Messa. I didn't remember last month, I suggested a new way we could look at it and a structure, and I did create a flow chart. But as you know, our meeting's kind of dense tonight, so I'm going to bring that back probably next meeting for y'all to see kind of an idea of how to approach, board policy updates. I think you'll like it. I'll send you a copy ahead of time. Maybe you can give us some feedback at that same meeting. Okay, all right. Well, let's move on to agenda item 7, reports. Attendance and discipline report for the 5th 6 weeks. Dr. Garza, Ms. Garcia, we have anything?
Sir, like every month, we provided in the board update, Dr. Garza and Ms. Aide Garcia are ready to present or answer questions as the board pleases.
Questions? I just have a comment about the attendance. Did I read it correctly that San Felipe Memorial School, Middle School, and Cardwell were the only two schools that saw an increase? The others all had a decrease, right? All right.
Bring it up, sir. Cardwell, yes, sir. And, and San Felipe.
Questions, comments?
I just wanted to acknowledge Garfield being one of the biggest campuses that had the best attendance for elementaries. And then after that, you had Buena Vista, which is another large campus. And the third one, I believe, Fermin Calderon, if I remember correctly, came in third. Fermin Calderon is not as big as some of the others, but I just wanted to congratulate those schools. They compete against each other and do very well.
Anything else on the attendance or the discipline?
Just that I am concerned about high school, though.
I noticed the high school and the middle school, Del Rio Middle School, both kind of take a beating attendance-wise. Middle school, looks like that's more of a growing trend. All right, well, thank you. Agenda item 7B, Educator Excellence Innovation Program Grant Update. Ms. Valdez is not here, so it looks like Dr. Patty and Mrs. Garcia will be telling us the update.
Good. Yeah, I'll start, but please call up the presentation. Ms. Valdez was asked to prepare a presentation on the EIP grant. This is the completion after the first year of its implementation. I kind of want to introduce the ending of the grant and just share with the board, or remind the board that this grant was written all by local individuals. We did not borrow a grant from another district. We did not hire a grant writer. We got together and we identified the needs of the district. A huge need of the district was obviously the recruitment of personnel. And we specifically wrote the grant to address recruitment and then retention and development of personnel. In a nutshell, that's what the purpose is without reading the grant. Dr. McNamara is going to share with you the improvements that we made on personnel, and then Ms. Garcia will talk to you about staff development, and then I'll wrap it up with a budget. So thank you all for stepping in for Ms. Valdez.
Dr. Rios, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board. As Dr. Rios mentioned, I'd like to highlight from the EIP the recruitment plan to help us with the shortage of teachers that we've had in the district. Bullet number 1, we've provided a $3,000 signing bonus to 24 employees to date for a total of $72,000. Those are in the state critical shortage areas and are identified as secondary math, secondary science, special ed, bilingual, and ESL. Additionally, we've provided $2,000 signing bonus to 39 employees to date for a total of $78,000, and that's to hard-to-staff campuses such as Del Rio Middle School and TA designated Title I priority focus campuses to include the following 4 campuses: Garfield, North Heights, Calderon, and San Felipe Memorial Middle. Additionally, the district provided to 9 of our employees a $1,000 incentive for early hiring. As of this month, May 2015, we only have 5 teacher vacancies, and tonight, upon your approval, we will be recommending 3 additional teachers, and we'll have 3 vacancies tonight. Additionally, HR, we post to as many websites as we possibly can. And so those are the accomplishments for the recruitment plan for the EIP. In relation to teacher certification, several things have happened this year. We provided a $2,000 incentive for additional certification to 30 employees to date for a total of $60,000, and those are in our critical shortage areas. Additionally, 6 of our employees have been awarded $4,000 in compensation for their bilingual certification. We have also had 19 teachers that have completed coursework for bilingual certification through Ross or have prepared for the BTL PT course and are pending testing. And we also have that for ESL. We just were notified last week that one of our employees passed the ESL and will be added to this list. Additionally, we've had 31 employees for a total of $130,000 pursue tuition programs to get their master's, their SAC certification, and principal certification. So you can see there's a lot of work that's been done for teacher retention and certification. Dr. Rios?
I want to highlight one piece. 6 employees achieving their bilingual certification may not sound like a lot, but I don't know that we've had a recent year where we were able to hire 6 certified bilingual teachers. So the fact that we trained teachers to get certified and that we have an additional 19 ready to take the test is huge, especially in light of the shortage of bilingual teachers. So excellent job to everybody that worked on that.
Thanks. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Garcia to focus on the CNI portion.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. One condition of the grant is to transform educator quality and effectiveness. So we established this through the Master Teacher Academy. We provided district instructional coaching and mentoring, including through planning protocol support. We had principals that recommended teachers to participate in demonstration classrooms. It was a total of 6 teachers. They received $400 stipend for demonstrations for a total of $9,600. And what this was is that they were videotaped, whether it was on differentiating instruction, planning protocol, so that we can have a video library available for new teachers that they want more ideas on how to do that better. We also hired planning protocol aides. Since teachers meet to have the planning protocol, we have some teachers, the students then go to their fine arts or PE, but we also need an additional place. So we have a literacy center. So some of the aides would provide that literacy center, and that was for a total of $71,800. Since the instructional coaches were providing services with the students during the second semester, we also hired retired teachers to provide assistance with modeling, co-planning, co-teaching to ensure purposeful planning of rigorous and authentic lessons, and also work with students in a guided instruction approach to model for the teachers how to work with groups for a total of $17,765. We also offered targeted professional development in classroom management, delivery of instruction, content knowledge, data disaggregation for a total of $1,008 and $400, and that was done through Abydos. We also had a book study, Never Work Harder Than Your Students, and approximately 36 employees attended the General and Special Education Conference for Improving Student Achievement Through Innovation. And so the teachers that attended this conference are going to provide some of the staff development when we come back in August. The grant also called for establishing career pathways. So several of the career pathways, one of them included the Instructional Coach Academy, and the first step into administration included intensive training and instruction specialized, mentoring, coaching, and modeling for our instructional coaches, and academy participants of 22 employees for a total of $78,000. We have 2 consultants with a very good teacher for conducting instructional coaching, training effective implementing of the district planning protocol, specifically in regards to instructional practices implemented by instructional coaches K through 12. And they also had a book study on the art of coaching. We also had a career pathway and academy for assistant principal and principal academy. a cohort of candidates went through this intensive training, and some of the topics were instructional management, school organizational climate, instructional leadership, monitoring the instructional process, and to ensure that programs' outcomes are productive and developing the setting of annual campus performance. We also had a book study. We had Teach Like a Champion, what great principals do differently, and this summer we will be having the Energy Buzz and Leaders Eat Last as a book study. We will also we had some favorability in the grant, so we're going to continue in the summer with response to intervention, and that's going to be a total of $12,000. And the Breakthrough Coach, this is a 12-month program for teachers, administrators on how to develop their managerial skills so that they're able to provide focused and effective instructional leadership, and this is for $27,750. And of course, our early literacy, and this is to provide staff development for implementing the early literacy model. Last summer, we had 150 teachers that attended the training for a total of $246,500. And this summer, it was Letter Foundation and then modules 1, 2, 3. This summer, we're going to continue with modules 4, 5, and 6 for upper grade levels, 3rd through 5th, and then modules 7, 8, and 9 for our K through 2nd. And what we're doing with this is we're planning to have like a trainer of trainer models. So some of the teachers that participated in this early literacy professional development, then they're going to be trained so that when other teachers come on board, we can provide the training as well for them. And I'll turn it over back to Dr. Rios.
The only part that I really want to point out about this grant, and it's not to, just for clarity on how important it is, this grant was for $1 million. And at this point, we've implemented the grant to support programs and needs that we have in the district. As you can see, we've already spent $966,765. Very close to spending all of it. The difference with this grant is that we wrote it specifically to address the needs of the district. Unfortunately, with other grants where the district has maybe borrowed a grant from another district, we've returned almost half of the money because it's so difficult to implement, because you write a grant or you submit a grant that somebody else has written. And the fact that we were able to write our own grant, a competitive grant, where only 17 districts in the entire state of Texas were awarded, where hundreds applied, says a lot about the team that wrote it and the team that implemented it. And I really want to thank the teachers who participated in the improvement process, because they came after school to all these sessions. And the individuals that are looking to be administrators that came to participate in how to learn to be an administrator. It just says a lot about everyone's commitment, so kudos to everybody that participated. And of course, we have a second year of another $1 million and a possible third year. We're waiting to hear about the third year. But we've also heard from TEA that that we've really done the best job in terms of implementing the grant of anybody else. And again, that has a lot to do with the fact that we wrote it to meet our needs. So that, if there's any questions, if not, we can move on, sir.
Any questions about this update?
It's not a question, but I just wanted to congratulate you and express my sincere thanks to not only to our superintendent, but the people that were involved in writing this grant, because like it was mentioned just a while ago, something similar like what was granted was done by maybe 3-4 years ago. It was a combination between Eagle Pass, Laredo, and us, and something like $100,000 was spent on it with grant writers, etc., and nothing came out of it. And the good thing about it that I like to mention, and that impressed the heck out of me, is that it just touches everything from, I mean, the whole educational process, from teaching, from certification, from making it easier for our HR to recruit. It's amazing. I just want to thank you, and I think that we're going to see the fruits of this grant in the near future. It's going to be a tremendous deal because it touches everything from, like I said, from teaching from working our teachers to improve their certification, et cetera. So again, thank you.
Any questions on this item? Okay, agenda item 7C, Community Engagement Committee Recommendation Report. Dr. Rios?
Mr. Garbidi, members of the board, as y'all know, a few months ago, we met here in the boardroom, and I asked y'all to submit recommendations to form a citizens committee. Every member provided 2 names, and we had a series of 4 meetings. If you can go to the next slide. My purpose today is just to share with you the recommendation of the committee. These are the dates when we met. I'm sorry, we met 3 times. At the first presentation, we reviewed, and some of the board members were present, presentations by the demographer. We had some analysis, some discussion of the data. At the very last meeting, we provided some funding options, and again concluded our analysis and discussion to be able to present a recommendation to the school board. In considering the points as to their recommendations and what it would be, they considered a couple of suggestions. First one was obviously financial, that the interest rates are currently low. Addressing the overcrowding issues would be a good thing, and allowing for future growth and expansion of the district weighed heavily on the committee. Reducing the class size and the need for waivers. As I mentioned to some of y'all, 3 years ago, the district asked for 10 waivers. A year later, they asked for 20 waivers, and this year we asked for 32 waivers. So it's clear how the growth, not only the growth of the campus has affected what happens on campus, but also what happens in the classroom. So not only have we added more classrooms, but we have to convert some science classrooms into regular classrooms, and even those that we've added increase above 22, and that weighed heavily on them. They wanted to support the sense of security and community and pride. Having a K-6 concept would reduce the number of transitions and improve the accountability rating. We know that our 6th grade continuously struggles because that is the first campus where all of our special population students meet for the first time. And they thought all schools would benefit. There were some concerns, obviously the source of funding, changes in staffing, because if we go through a K-6 setting, then we have teachers from San Felipe Memorial Middle School going to elementary schools. Having the adequate number of personnel, they had questions about that. The location of the elementary schools, where we would place them, rezoning again for new campuses if they were built, and the differences in age group between a K-6 configuration. I think that that probably weighed heavy on them, but as we shared with the committee, is that if we go to 9 campuses, then you divide approximately 800 students into 9 campuses. Then you subtract 200 if we're able to build a middle school magnet, so the numbers become very small per campus for 6th grade student. This one I'm going to read straight from it, but with all options on the table, the rezoning, portable buildings, bond elections, etc., for the committee to consider, the group developed their own project list and recommendations, and then researched the district's financial situation and impact on local taxpayers. Only after reviewing all options did the committee recommend the following in considering future planning: the construction of 2 new additional elementary campuses. Yes. The committee recommended the construction of 2 new additional elementary campuses, the reconfiguration of the elementary schools to a K-6 concept versus a current K-5 concept, the reassignment of the current San Felipe Memorial Middle School to a STEM magnet school for students in grades 6 through 8, and the recommendation for the consideration of a school bond proposition to fund the recommended projects. This, in a nutshell, was the committee's recommendations. If there are any questions or comments about the process, some of us could provide some answers.
I have a question, I guess, comment. All right, so the Citizens Committee, which was made up of a couple dozen people, had input, and we've seen tonight the anxiety over rezoning and frustration over the bilingual restructuring. So, given these possibilities, what plan does administration have for taking that possible change or those possible avenues to the public? I guess what I'm asking is, are there plans for like community forums where this would be explained to the community at large? Kind of a ongoing schedule of community engagement to explain these possibilities? I would hope so.
The first process was obviously presenting the Citizens Committee's recommendation to the board. I've already been in communication with some individuals to gauge their interest. We are setting the calendar for how we would proceed next. But I think that we were all in agreement that having, at some point in the next board meeting, or maybe just a workshop with the board, to really outline what I believe would be a good process, and then receive the board's input in how we would go along. But I think that because of the magnitude of the recommendations that would culminate in a bond election, and even though there is 50% funding by the state for bonds, it's still a huge task. So I wanted to have the opportunity to sit with the board within the next 30 days, even if it was at the next board meeting, if that's the only time we can allot, and just really go through a recommendation of how we would move forward with this, because it is a huge step. I think it's the right step, but I think it's a huge step. So hopefully we can have that discussion. I'll certainly provide via update information relevant to the matter.
When administration mentions the possibility of a bond election, is that possibility within this calendar year?
The way the calendar is set for bond elections is to either have one in May or November. And there is a timeline that exists on when the board would call for a bond election. Now, it doesn't have to be this year. There's absolutely enough time to have a bond election. There's enough time to have these different conversations. But I really think that it's such a big step that I want to have the opportunity to share with the board everything that would be involved. I've been part of bond elections before, and there's different ways of going about it. I've seen successful bond elections, and I've seen some that aren't so successful. But there are some steps that lead up to that I want to share with the board what my recommendation would be and receive input, because I think that there are certain things that are really left up to the board, and bond election is one of them. And even me talking about a bond election seems a little bit bold, and that's why I'd like to have a conversation with the board and really outline the steps that would be involved. I think there is enough time. The districts that I've been a part of, they call the bond election within months of it happening, and it isn't something that you prep for a year. You prep for a couple of months before you call it, and then the work is intensive. It's sort of like a board member's election. From the time you declare it to the time you have it, it isn't a whole year's time. It's just a few months. And it's very similar, but it's very serious. And I just want to have the time to share with the board my recommendation for it, and then have y'all provide some coaching, some direction on it.
The reason I asked about any possibility with larger community involvement or community forums is, take the topic of rezoning, for example. When I looked around at other districts where rezoning took board approval, which obviously it does not in this district, one of the things I found is that in many of those districts, long before it came for a board vote, there had been widespread community involvement at the schools and like civic centers, things like that, where people were kind of given advance notice, much advance notice of the potential of those changes. I guess that's why I'm asking what's the timeline. You know, I also think an organization has a threshold of change, and there seems to be an awful lot of change engineered this year with bilingual restructuring, rezoning, and some other initiatives. That's why I'd rather see a much kind of more intensive study of the topic as far as what the community might think or what it might feel is necessary or the most prudent speed to approach it, if it's approached. Someone else, Mr. Mesa?
I just want to, first of all, thank the committee members for being here and for the board members to select those committee members. I think they did a fine job. I think most of us might have attended one or two meetings. But I also want to speak to that because I don't know if the rest of the board members recall, I've been saying Buena Vista has been crowded for some years now. And it's not the end result what I received. The overcrowding turned into everything from a newcomer academy to a bond issue to a rezoning, and that wasn't my intent. My intent, I think I mentioned to some of the board members that if that was the case, I would have utilized that money that we had in the fund balance for a solution. That overcrowding didn't come overnight. You know, we've been getting waivers, as Dr. Rios mentioned. You know, first we started with 10, 20, 30 something, and so it's not last year's problem. It's been going on for years, but I've been mentioning that this Buena Vista's overcrowded, Buena Vista's overcrowded. I don't like the end result, and I do want to say to every parent that was here tonight, your voices are heard. I did not vote for this newcomer academy. I seriously think that that needs to be looked at very carefully, and I certainly don't think that a bond election would fly with so many upset residents that we have with this relocation. So, again, I want to say this overcrowding situation is not the end result that I wanted. Turned out to 3 different things, and all I wanted was we need to alleviate some of the overcrowding at that campus and for us to apply for so many waivers. It did not end up well, but I do hear those voices from those parents that were here tonight. Those voices are not going to go on deaf ears.
Other comments? Mr. Chavita?
The overcrowdedness is it's something that's been, like it was mentioned, for years. And it's going to take, and if we don't start working on it, it's going to take us even more problems in the future. Because the overcrowdedness is not going to go away. It's going to continue to increase. And how else can you eliminate overcrowdedness than by moving students around? We've been doing it forever. You know, kids from San Felipe going here and from Cienegas out there, and so it's been going on. And I don't like it. But facts are that we don't have enough schools. And the only way that we're going to be able to build schools is by a bond election. And it's not really up to us. Yes, it's up to us to go ahead and call for a bond election. That doesn't mean to say that it's going to pass. The only way we're going to know what the community wants is by having a bond election. And I'm not saying this year, or if it's possible, let's do it. And let's see what the community wants. Because if we don't put it before them, what are they going to do? We can say here and wait until a couple of years and do what we've been doing in the past, just continue to wait until there's no other option except to either move students like we're doing now, or what else can we do? I'm sure that Dr. Rios doesn't want to be doing what he's doing. Hey, nobody wants to go ahead and make decisions that is going to upset the public. But hey, we need to get some options and start working on what needs to be done. And yes, I listen to the people. I was elected by the people. And I don't sit here I sit here with my intent to help the students. I've done it for too many years. And not just as a board member, continuously getting scholarships and working towards getting scholarships, and so to improve our educational process, our students that are graduating from here. So, yes, I like to put it in the agenda, and I'm hoping that the rest of you board members would like to see it. And let's start the process, and if we don't like it, we can always say no, but if we don't get started on something, we'll continue to wait for years like we have, like I stated, like we've done in the past. So, let's look into it.
Ms. Lozano?
I'm with Mr. Garabedian regarding making sure that we provide clear, transparent communication to the public. Plenty of time to allow people to give their input, to give their concerns. I am of the belief that if people really understood how severe our circumstances are, we have to do something. The reality is that in 2011, we closed down one of the elementary schools to allow for our Head Start and pre-K program. Those students went somewhere. And over time, we have seen an increased number of students in elementary ages. So it's not just Mr. Mesa saying Buena Vista's growing, it's busting at the seams, you know, what are we going to do about it? We have other elementary schools that are also at capacity. So what do we do about that? If we don't have room for them in where the schools are, what do? We can, I guess, put portable buildings everywhere, but is that ideal? No, it's not. So does anyone want to really say, oh, let's go for a bond election? No, but let's make sure that the community is clear as to what our needs are. And then, absolutely, an informed community is really the best. So what do we do to make sure we are clearly articulating what the real needs are?
I think the operative word is connectivity. I remember reading that somewhere. I do read from time to time. And this idea of connectivity with, in this case, the people who would vote, right? People who would fund it, and that's the public. I think whenever the pace of change goes faster than people's understanding of it or even their awareness of it, there's going to be serious pushback. You know, no one's sitting here saying that we don't need more schools, right, that a bond wouldn't be necessary. But what I'm hearing from people from different parts of the community is that there's already an awful lot of change that has been engineered. And why are we doing this, or why might we do that? And that's why, going back to those other districts where, you know, rezoning took board approval, which it doesn't here, just for clarification, there seemed to be an awful lot of community-type engagement leading up to, you know, those larger board decisions. And without community buy-in, right, without the community understanding what the purpose is, why a bond election would fail, and where would you be then? I mean, you'd be even worse off. Dr. Rios?
There's a couple of things that I need to share with the board. I know that it's been mentioned that, you know, some of the district's fund balance may have been used for an elementary. That was a possibility. But I'll also let the board know, or remind the board, that approximately a year ago, we formed a citizens committee and we put the construction of a new elementary school on the plate. And it was a committee, and I agree with the recommendation. I'm not putting it on the committee, but it was that same committee that we visited with over a year ago that placed the construction of an elementary committee about second or third on the list of the things that didn't get funded, because they identified a bigger need with what was happening at our secondary level. But I agree that we need to do something. I shared with some individuals over the past week that, you know, I feel terrible about changing kids' schools. I would venture to say that next to the parents, probably nobody feels worse about it than I do, because I have to visit and share with them what it involves. I really do. I feel terrible about it. And the rate of change is kind of fast, but it's also unfortunate that it has to be fast because for years, we should have seen the growth on the north side of town. Before the board meeting, I drove through that neighborhood, and those houses have been built for 5, 6, 7 years. So we should have done something. And now we're in a position where, well, what do we do? I really wish I would have had more input to just feel better about this decision. But I also remind the board of an article that I shared with y'all where there was community input. And by the way, the rezoning rules are not a local policy, it's a state policy where it's left to the superintendent. Because where there was a lot of community input, and I value community input, and I feel terrible that people feel that they didn't have input, but where there was community input, the rezonings didn't move forward because I don't want change. You know, I wouldn't want my own kid to have to go to a different school. I've moved around, and it's been my choice, not my kid's choice. So I understand how it affects change. But where you have had community input, the rezoning moves have failed because it's just one of those awful things that we have to do. Where the board does have input is on the bilingual situation. I strongly endorse the citizens, the think tank's recommendation, but I guarantee you that if the board pulled me aside or by accident said, well, let's not implement the bilingual centers. At the end of the day, there's about 3 additional classrooms at some schools that are going to be used for bilingual centers, and that is it. So the notion that there's going to be 4 bilingual classrooms and 3 regular ones, unfortunately, that's misinformation, and I wish I knew where that came from so I could correct it. The board can't direct me to stop the bilingual centers, and we'll come back and rethink it. But even if we were to do that, that would only change the need for rezoning by very little. We would still be displacing a lot of students. And again, I want to share with the board, I guarantee you that next to the parent, you know, I feel the worst about having to rezone. But it's one of those things where no action was taken over years because it is a difficult situation. And I do not enjoy taking on the tough questions, but I'd rather take on the tough questions because it benefits the community for the long haul. We will, as I mentioned to them, to date, and I'll just give one campus example. To date, we've had close to 70 students request transfers out of Buena Vista. What that means is that there is already half of the students that were zoned out of Buena Vista, already half of them will have their transfers approved to come back into Buena Vista because there will be space from the 70 kids that already moved out. But we have to be very cautious about it. We have to, one student out, one student in, to keep that balance so it doesn't get out of hand. But I do feel terrible about it. Unfortunately, it fell on me to make that recommendation, but it really has nothing to do with the bilingual program. Like I said, the board could direct me to make a change, and we would still rezone. Hopefully here in the next week and a half, we'll have exact numbers on the kids that will be part of the beginner and intermediate program that will be coming to the different campuses, and I can share that with y'all so we can have more exact figures so you can see how little the bilingual program will affect the greater scheme of things. I ask for everybody's patience. Like I said, I can't promise the parents that their kids will be zoned back into their 10 zone because I don't have those figures, and I'd hate to lie just to appease parents. But I do think that in the next 4 weeks, we will be able to begin approving, about the next 4 weeks, we'll be able to begin approving some of those transfers. And I think that the effect will be minimized. I just cannot tell you right now it's a guarantee because I'd be lying to make you happy, and that wouldn't be transparency. I look forward to providing more information.
Comments on this side?
echo a lot of what's already been said by Mr. Garabedian and Ms. Lozano and my other board members there, particularly when it comes to the issue of if a bond election appears on the horizon there, we want to go that way, that there is a good deal of community involvement there, because I think we can obviously see through what has happened recently there that maybe there was a little bit lacking there, and the next go around, we'll learn from that there. But I agree that yes, there probably needs to be some more schools built at some point there. We can shuffle all day long, but eventually there has to be something done, whether it's one or two new elementaries there. And then yes, the rezoning will have to happen again, but it will be because of new campuses and a lowering of students in each of those campuses where we're not using, and that's another thing, we're not using science labs for classrooms, and kids are being not given as much science education at the elementary level as they should, because the labs are being used there. So my thoughts.
I agree. I think that if it comes to a bond election, that it needs to be a slow process. And it also needs to be a lot of community involvement and lots of open communication for them to come in and ask questions, because things are happening fast and the community is not receptive. So we have to be very transparent, and it has to be slow as well. The bond, if that's the way we're going to have to go, it has to be a very slow process, and everybody needs to be informed the same way, not this side, but everybody needs to be informed in one area the same way. And I think no different stories here, no different stories there, but I mean, we do need another 2 schools in the community. I sat in on those community meetings, and that's the way they headed. So, but I would appreciate if it was a slow process, and a lot of community involvement.
And I think it makes it more purposeful. If memory serves, it was May of last year when there was first discussion about using a demographic study to chart enrollment and enrollment trends. At least that's what I saw in a board report from a year ago. But the original Citizens Committee was in about 2 years ago. It was in 2013. So that was prior to any demographic study about enrollment trends or numbers. So, because we're almost sitting here saying, like, well, if we had known about the numbers, we wouldn't have spent, tens of millions of dollars on other projects. Or if we had known about the needs, well, the needs came through the study, which came later, which to me is a clear indication of a need for more purposeful and slower planning in this process. Mr. Mesa?
Just wanted to add something else. If there was a guarantee that this newcomer academy would work, because we already have a school that has those teachers that are certified, and that's Garfield. Garfield has no shortage of bilingual teachers. It's staying the way it is. And if I would see that school as exemplary, then I would say, hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for, let's say, transferring these students from one area to Buena Vista, where there's a shortage of certified bilingual teachers. There's no guarantee. And so that's why I'm questioning this overcrowding went from one thing to another, and that's why I voted the way I did. I'm not in favor of it.
Other comments?
Just
Mr. Chivita?
And again, the thing about it is we keep on saying slow. Hey, you either do it or you don't. And what I'm saying is, let's get started on something. Whether it's slow, fast, or there's not such a thing as slow. All you got to do is just touch all the bases, get up in, get the community to involve, But let's get started on something. Let's just not talk about it. That's what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but the community has showed itself tonight. So we have to take them in consideration. And I don't mind starting, but the process has to be slow.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't mind getting started at all, Mr. Chevy, not at all, but it has to be a very transparent, slow process. I mean, the community it showed itself tonight, and I don't mind getting them involved, but they were very, verbal. So.
That's my warning. I think as an organization, we are past the threshold of change as far as our ability to accommodate change. I think change is good and it's important, but the speed has been fast. And getting back to what Mr. Mesa said about the bilingual centers, is he knows I was also adamantly opposed to the bilingual centers. I'm curious when I look at these preliminary score reports that show, am I wrong, significant gains in what's LEP, Limited English Proficient, right? And this was achieved this year without the restructuring of bilingual, which kind of begs the question, why go and restructure bilingual when there was already student achievement in a trend that we would want. Does that make sense? Everyone understand what I'm saying? But we're digressing. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to turn this into a debate
We
at all.
pretty much are there already. That's okay.
But very respectfully on the data for bilingual students, that data is for fifth grade students, and you will see on the testing numbers that obviously that's the smallest number because kids have exited, that are going to exit, they're going to exit by that time. So that report does show an increase, and we're happy for it. But it's a small group of students. I really hope the results are the same when the third and fourth grade results come in. I'm really hopeful for it, but that's where you have a larger number of bilingual students who are beginning the program, and the numbers are higher. And I just want to make that clear. The second part is the need, just to revisit the need for the goal setting. When I first got here, I think that we had plenty of discussions based on what the goals were, and even though it wasn't put on the board, I've been routinely reminded about the academic achievement of the district, and really my evaluation being based on the academic achievement. And I shared with you all that I agreed with that responsibility because we're a teaching and learning institution. But with that responsibility also comes the need to explore serious programs. And I think that we need to talk more about it so that we can all be clear, because our leadership team, the principals and the cabinet members and myself, we feel the weight of that, and we talk about it all the time. So none of this is intended to just to change for the need for change, but it's a purposeful reaction to what I perceive to be on everybody's mind, which is raising the academic achievement. And I think that the more we talk about it, the more we'll come to an understanding of having some balance in it. Have we gone too fast? Absolutely. I'll be the first to admit that. But it's a reaction to not having any change over a whole lot of years and the immediate need to show improvement. But I really think that as we have more conversations, we'll come to a better understanding of it, and I'm all for it.
Are we good? Everybody's had their say. Okay, agenda item 7D, information on implementation of Senate Bill 149. Dr. Garza, tell us what the great state of Texas is mandating now.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, yes, Senate Bill 149 was signed by the governor on May 11th and it became law. In short, it means that we can graduate students if they have not accomplished two of the EOCs at high school, any two that they're not succeeding in. It requires a formation of a individual graduation committee, IGC, for 12th graders or rising 12th graders, which would be the juniors that are coming up to be 12th graders. And once again, it will require, the only way they can qualify is if they have not accomplished one or two of the EOCs. The IGC committee must determine if they can qualify to graduate as long as they've met all the requirements. For example, the 26 credits for recommended or the foundations, which is 22 credits. They have met all the requirements that the IGC committee has required, and the IGC committee must vote unanimously to approve their graduation. And the committee must be formed by the principal, the teacher of the EOC course, the department chair or lead teacher, and the student's parent or designee the designee of the student, and a lead counselor. Also, the IGC committee must see the requirements that the IGC has formulated so that the student can pass, and two of those are additional remediation and either of the two following, which would be a project or portfolio. At the high school right now, we have possibly 27 students that are seniors that qualify for this. There could be more by Wednesday or Thursday once we find out if these students that are seniors have passed their EOCs. Dr. Zuniga Barrera has formalized the committee, has gotten people involved. She has actually started the communication between the committee and the students, informing them of the possibilities that the student might graduate. So all that is in place. It is effective immediately for this year's class, and it continues next year. The only difference between this year and next year is that the calendar is going to be created by us this year, and next year the calendar is going to be created by the commissioner. Are there any questions?
Questions? This was just basically for information, Mr. Mesa. Anyone? Mr. Chavita? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Garza.
Sir?
Okay, it is about 8:20 p.m. and we're on the consent agenda. I have several questions on the consent agendas. Can the board direct its attention to consent agenda item G8? Contracts over 5,000, right, G8. Consideration to approve contract and purchase order over $25,000 with West Ed in the amount of $357,000 for the development of educator expertise to English language learners and deeper learning. Dr. Garza and Mrs. Garcia, could you explain to me why a professional development package of approximately 5 days is worth $250,000?
Okay, there's different components. They will be working, first of all, with the district leadership team, and then also we would have the Elementary Institute, which would be a 2 4-day institute for a total of 80 participants. We will also have the English Language Art Institute, Math Institute, Social Studies Institute, Science Institute, and then a Leadership Institute, as well as instructional coaching and a leadership coaching with technical assistance. So even though it's 4 days, there's also going to be continued work done via web sessions, and then they'll come back also to work with the coaching and the leadership as well to make sure that the program is being implemented.
Okay, so just for the record, that's not a typo. I did read that correct. So for a few days of professional development, you're asking us to spend $1/3 of $1 million, correct?
There's a correction, sir.
Huh?
The trainings are for 4 days, but we're talking about multiple sessions. So it's not that they're coming 4 days and then they're done. It's 4 days for one group, 2 days for another. Do you have the number of the sessions off the top of your head?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different sessions.
That's the number of sessions that will be here.
Okay. Has there been any review of third-party evaluations of quality teaching for English learners, which is the centerpiece of this professional development activity? Have you looked to any third-party evaluations of that?
Well, Dr. Rios can attest to that because when he was in Austin, when he saw these individuals working there with some of the schools.
I don't have a third-party evaluation of QTEL. I've witnessed the success firsthand, and we have reviewed data from districts that have used it and the increase they've experienced. This is one of the purposes for the EIP grant that we received, and some of the money will be used.
Is this being funded out of the EIP grant? Because the memo, I didn't see that.
Yes, sir, it's the EIP grant.
It is? Okay. So nobody's read NCEE Report 2012-4005, Evaluation of Quality Teaching for English Learners, Professional Development by the National Center for Educational Evaluation and Regional Assistance?
No, sir.
No? Okay. I'll pause, and there can be other questions while I look for some comments in this evaluation. Mr. Mesa?
I just feel when it's a substantial amount like that, we need some more supportive information to make good decisions up here. It's a large amount, and I have no proof. My tenure here as a board member, I have seen more money being spent in the bilingual program than any other program. You know, we keep buying this and that, and it seems the money just seems to go in that direction, but yet, with this large amount, I have no supportive information that says that this is a program that is utilized by successful districts throughout the state. I need more information, as well as, I'm not speaking for all the other board members, but it would help a whole lot for us to make a decision, especially when it's this large of an amount.
Mrs. Lozano?
Who will be attending these trainings?
Well, due to the different institute, for example, we have the Elementary Institute, and that's going to be about 60 participants, and it will be the teachers that are going to serve beginner and intermediate students, as well as some of the advanced high. So it'll be all the bilingual teachers. And then at secondary, I'm sorry?
We have 60 bilingual.
And the academies, yes, and the academies.
Secondary would be the same thing. We would choose the shelter team groups from each secondary campus per core area. So it would also be about 50 teachers, 50 to 60 teachers.
For each core area.
Other questions? Yeah, see, I'm looking at NCEE 2012-4005, U.S. Department of Education, Evaluation of Quality Teaching for English Learners, QTEL, Professional Development, by the National Center for Education Evaluation and Regional Assistance. From March 2012, and it's about 200 pages. I won't bore you with all the pages, but if you look at, let's see, let me skip down here. The executive summary, it talks about overview of quality teaching for English learners, the present study. So the present study, the goal of this study was to determine whether QTEL is effective in improving academic outcomes for English language learners in U.S. middle schools. And the results intend to inform policy decisions on professional development for teachers of English language learner students. And then it goes on. And I don't profess that, that this is the beginning and the end, but I am struck by, on one of the parts where it talks about impacts, it says no significant effects were found on student achievement as measured by the CST ELA or on the English language development as measured by the CELDT, which are California assessments. There was another third-party evaluation from a group called Prairie Group, UIC, Deepening and Sustaining QTEL Practices in Pilot CPS Schools, External Evaluation for the Year 2, 2012-13 QTEL Pilot School Program. I guess my question is would the board or administration like these copies of the third-party evaluations? I don't know, and maybe tell me, not now, it's 200 pages, if I have any cause for concern. I'm just looking out for the money we're spending and, the impact. I'd like to table the item and give everyone a chance to read that and be more comfortable with spending that kind of money. And maybe it's wrong. I don't know. Yes.
Well, I think many of us know that when you conduct research, you can target anything and find anything that's going to support what you want to support. So while that might be saying that this program didn't prove any benefit, we could probably, and if you'd like, I can spend a week researching it to find the opposite.
Well, I know
I was going to ask Dr. Keys because he has that expertise, but I didn't realize he left. Because he has, valuable experience that would lend itself to this subject.
Mr. Chavito?
You said it was a 4-day program? Maybe I'm interpreting it wrong. There's several 4 days and 1 day and 3 days. That to me, it's up to about 20-somewhat days. And it's just like anything else, based on what you were talking about, the research. Evidently, my question actually to Dr. Rios, who's using this program? And have they found any success on it?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Chavita. What I would share with the board is that when you look at evaluations such as the one that Mr. Garabedian presented, it sounded like it was an evaluation that's done in California. It was probably, more than likely, it was research with quantitative data, and it's hard to say how would that work in Texas. So when we do research, we sometimes look at qualitative data. How has it worked in specific case studies in Texas, which is where we are and what we're going to implement. And the research that I did on it was particularly in the Austin area, where they have been extremely successful in a Texas system. And the reason they've been extremely successful is because they're not selling us a canned product to implement this program or that program. I would also share that, yes, we have spent a lot of money as a district over the years on bilingual programs. And I would share with you that this expense is limited by comparison to other expenses the district has engaged in with bilingual programs. But the qualitative data that we've researched proves it to be successful, primarily because they don't come and give you a CAMP program. They come and develop the teachers. The second part I'll share with the board is that we are going to do what the board directs us to do. But we are in a position where we've studied this program, and what we don't implement now or plan for now, we can't implement before the school year starts. I'm certain that we've done the necessary research, and we're asking for your approval as presented. if we don't do this now, this sets us back at least one more year. And I'm not saying let's do it because we need to do something. I'm saying we've done the research. As an administration, we believe in the program. Our principals have visited with the individuals from QTEL. They have visited our campuses, and this proposal is based on that collaborative approach. But it is in your hands, and it is your vote.
I would also like to add that on the climate survey, the lowest percentage that we had was 51%, and that was where the teachers feel that they don't have the resources to support our special programs. And like Dr. Rios mentioned, this program is going to help the teachers build that teaching capacity, giving them the tools, the pedagogy that they need to help our students succeed.
I was just saying, we wrote the grant so we could implement, these type of programs. And they are expensive, but I wouldn't be throwing money away to.
So it is coming out of the whatever IP money?
Yes, sir, EIP.
What page is that memo on?
Which one? This one?
It's 156, I think. 155.
Can I add
All the
one
others
more thing?
identify where the money's coming from.
Can I add one more thing, Mr. Garabedian?
Sure, go ahead.
The first year of the EIP grant, we dedicated a lot of money on the EIP grant to recruit personnel. We started out the year with close to 40 vacancies. This year, based on your vote tonight, we'll end the year with about 3 vacancies. So the second year direction of that money has to be redirected. We're not going to have the need in personnel that we had before. Not that we won't have a need, but it won't be as big. So we think that we can channel a lot of the grant money towards staff development programs. So that's where we're at.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Mesa, you have another question or something?
I just wanted to say that I'm glad to see that it's coming out of the grant. But I think it would be just more transparent if we had some supportive information prior to the decision. It is a large amount. Just want to make sure it's going to the right direction.
That's my point. $350,000. That's a lot of money. That's why I'm curious what third-party evaluations have said. That's what I found. Other comments? All right. Anything else on the, yes, on the consent agenda?
Part of the same thing. It's the last page of the scope of work, so it's page 7 of 7. Who are your key instructional staff that will attend the QTEL Summer Institute in San Antonio 4 days?
That needs to be people.
So that's that's over and above the $357,000. We're gonna have to pay $1,500 per participant.
What page are you looking at, ma'am?
It's, the scope of work, Exhibit 1, page 7 of 7.
I think that's a piece that we left off the contract. That was their initial proposal. Is that correct, Ms. Garcia? They provided us a recommendation. And I believe that you said San Antonio, but I believe that's San Francisco. So nobody's going to San Francisco.
Oh, it did say San Francisco, sorry.
So that was just what they recommended. That we're leaving out. There was 2 things we left out. I know that was one of them. What was the second part, Ms. Garcia? If I could find the page.
Well, let's go back.
Yeah, I just have the updated one, but if you see at the bottom of page 8, it says we recommend. But that's just a recommendation.
Sorry, for the record, nobody's going to San Francisco.
Anything else on the consent agenda?
Do you want that pulled separately?
Well, I know how I'm going to vote because I have a third-party evaluation from practice in Illinois and California. I'd rather those questions answered, but I'm not gonna hold you up. And then if you want to do the whole thing, you want to pull that one? We vote separate on it? Okay. My main thing, I'd be more comfortable tabling it to the 28th to get answers to those questions. That would be my thing.
What are the questions again?
Questions are, do these third-party evaluations, do they have any bearing on whether or not we should be spending a third of $1 million? Or we can just vote it up or down. And when it comes to a third of $1 million, I'm gonna ask all the questions I can think of. I'm cheap. I want the most value for the dollar.
Well, everybody is, but then we have to rely on what the program had done up to this time. And they just got through telling us that they were successful in Austin. And that research was done out of state in California.
Well, this one's from Illinois, and it seems to have the same,
out of
similar conclusions. And the research I saw from Austin, wasn't that presented by the company itself? I mean, isn't that what they presented? Right? I found this.
I did extensive research on Wested during my doctorate. That's where I came across them.
Okay. All right, so what do we want to do with the consent agenda? Ms. Lozano?
How bad would it be to allow us some time until the 28th to vote on this so that we do table it?
The 28th meeting next week?
Yeah, because we're supposed to do a workshop and a special, right?
Yeah, we could add that to at least it would give us a little more time to.
Maybe this is nothing, and maybe these third-party evaluations have no validity on what we're using it for. But when I see a third of $1 million and contrary evidence, it's
just a question.
Discretion of the board.
Destroy your plan? A week?
The only thing that it will do, we have to check with Wested because obviously they've reserved the dates, and we'll have to ask them to hold them one more week. I don't want to say that they're not going to do it because we haven't had that discussion. I know that we came in on the tail end of their calendar, and we had to pick the days that they were available, and so we picked the last few days. I will have our staff do more research if that's what y'all want, aside from the research that I personally did, aside from what Wested did themselves, just based on my research. And again, they don't work in very many schools in Texas. So we're going to find only qualitative research, and that's difficult to come by because not too many individuals have done their studies in places where Wested has functioned. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that other than the research that I did for my doctorate, there is going to be very limited research here in Texas. And the quantifiable studies that were done in Illinois and California simply do not apply. But if the board feels more comfortable waiting a week, I'll do as much research as I can between now and then. And we'll talk to Wested tomorrow morning to see if they'll wait another week. It's up to y'all. I really would encourage y'all that we have done research and we're recommending approval as presented, but I also don't want to not get this approved and then not be able to do anything for our bilingual teachers for this coming year.
Okay, board.
Let me ask one more question.
Mr. Chavito, go ahead.
This grant, when the grant was written, did you include this program as part of it?
No, sir, not specifically QTEL. We wrote the grant to be able to provide teacher development, understanding the needs of the district, but not, we talked to a couple of vendors when we were researching who to reach out to. And QTEL was one of them because of the experience I had with them. But after we finished the conversation with the different vendors, we pursued QTEL. I know that on that one last day, we visited with two people on the phone. Do you recall who the other group was? We can go back and look for it, but
They reached to us.
So do we know whether or not, if it's tabled for 10 days, 13 days, if it will make it not possible to use? I mean, that's what we're trying to find out. Right.
no, sir, but we can also table it to later on in the meeting, and it's 2 hours earlier in California, so you can call them and see if they'll do that and come back and share with us. California's only 7 o'clock.
They're obviously based out of California, as one of our prior consultants were, and cost us hundreds of
fortune.
thousands of dollars and didn't really help us at all. And you yourself, sir, said that it would be different because we're in Texas than what that showed. Well, but they're still from California. I mean,
Right. The individuals that we're visiting with, the company's headquartered in New York,
okay.
but they're nationwide. And the individuals that I reached out to were based out of California. But again, I would just really inform the board that they're not selling us a program. They're selling us staff development to develop our teachers. We're not buying QTEL instructional material. We're not buying a QTEL philosophy,
Immersion program.
nothing like that. It's simply about them supporting our teachers and implementing the programs that we're using here in the district. It's all about developing our teachers and providing our staff development. We're not buying a camp program.
One big difference, if I may comment.
Go ahead.
The other program that we had was language acquisition. This one, big difference is practice. Self-sustained practice in the classroom for teachers to get ideas of how to deliver instruction, not necessarily language acquisition, which is a big difference between this program and that one.
All right, so could we, I guess we could pull it and table it for later in the evening, right? We can come back to it. Can we do that?
I gotta give up to then. Let's go ahead and call and
We could do that. There'd be no objections?
There'd be enough time to review.
That's what then we could find out for sure if we could take 10 days to review it based on whatever the company might say. Right? Is anyone going to object if we do that? We can table it for later this meeting, see if you can get on the phone to WestEd and say, look, could we make a decision in 10 days, and would those dates still work, right? That's what we're saying? Everybody be okay with that? No problems with Robert's rules or whoever's rules of order? Right, we can do that. We can table for a meeting.
no, we just postpone it.
Okay, all right, let's, if there's no other questions on the consent agenda, or is there, Mr. Overfeld?
Sorry. F, purchase orders over 25,000, F4.
Oh, yeah.
Consideration to approve purchase order over 25,000 with Century Security in the amount not to exceed $78,405.29 for the district electronic access control system there. I pulled up in the booklet there on page 81 where the bid is there, and just some informational questions that you can answer for me, Mr. Parker. We're basically replicating the same thing we're doing at Chivita currently. Is that what we're trying to do? That's what it says there. Determine the access control system at Ruben Chivita serves the security needs adequately. So that's what we're going to try and do at all the others now.
We are going to try and execute the same idea, but the plans are different. The perfect example, I guess, would be such as at Calderon and Lonnie Green. We will not be instituting that storefront in position between the cafeteria and the halls. Rather, we're going to put this audio visual intercom system outside of the doors. That way the lobby is created within the vestibule, not actually right in front of the office, within the hallways and the cafeterias. And I have some visuals if you want to see that.
Okay, so the little porticos outside, walking up out in the elements is where they'd be stopped first before they can come into the building.
We have two options, and discussing that further with Mr. Sheedy, we'll be able to decide whether we want to create the holding vestibule within the storefront or to create it outside under the covered portico.
And now we have Lamar on here, you know, for $6,000 conversion there, but doesn't Lamar already have a pretty good locking system out front? I don't know if Ms. Flores is here.
Yeah.
Don't y'all have a system already? So are we going to, that would just be another step to get through into the building, or that would be kind of defeated now with having them outside?
Currently, they have a button and they have to look out, and sometimes the ladies have to get up out of their seats to see better. This audio-visual camera will be in the lobby, so the girls don't necessarily have to leave their station. They can look at the monitor on their desk and do their visual scan there. We'll also be installing a proximity reader on that secondary door to the hall, to the school. So if a teacher has her badge, she doesn't have to stop the secretary and say, "Buzz me in." She gets her badge out, swipes, or just runs it in front. It won't be a swipe like we have at Lamar. Those get damaged extensively due to that. It'll just be a swipe right in front, and they'll just
RFID, okay. So, so out at Ruben Chavita, which is the most expensive overhaul, they're at almost 9,000. We've already got that locking system there, so we're gonna put the camera thing out front also?
right.
And that's how they'll get into the lobby area, and then they'll still have to get clicked through into the hallways. That's the one I'm familiar with because my daughter's there, so.
Right. They will have to not be clicked once they get into that giant lobby where the storefronts have the cafeteria and the classroom. They will be able to have direct access to the office at that point. The office does not have a proximity reader. That's why we are giving the secretaries the responsibility to scan that individual outside in that vestibule. And can I show you the visuals? Okay.
And I'm sorry we're taking time, but I know security, me and Ms. Lozano push that issue all the time, so.
And just real quick, this is an overview. The audio-visual proximity card reader is what will look like mounted. When the visitor comes, you can see where the camera is. The keypad really will not have a function. We're not issuing codes. At the bottom, you see the card reader. That's where our teachers, administrators will use if we allow. Proximity card readers, these are two different types. The top one is just for card only. The bottom one has a chime button. This one will be the one that's used exclusively at Ruben Chavita. That way the secretaries don't have to, they'll hear a chime, their telephone will ring. They don't have to constantly stand up. People don't have to yell at them, "Hey, open the door for me." And this color desk monitor is what the monitor will look like on the secretary's desk. And you can see here Ruben Chavita. We will be putting the I call it AVP, audio-visual proximity card reader, in this little vestibule. That way the visitor is out of the weather elements, even though there is a portico in front. Once the secretary at the office visually scans them and accepts them, she'll buzz them through that. That's part of the $9,000. That door has to get new panic hardware and electric strikes put in, as well as a intermediate mullion. You can see on the hallway doors to the counselors, the hallway to the classes, and the cafeteria, there's a little circle with PC. That's proximity card reader with a chime. That is to alleviate the secretaries having to constantly drop what they're doing and people having to come in and tell them, "Let me in." It's just like a doorbell. It'll be their responsibility to allow people in and out. Teachers will have cards, so they will not have to bother the secretaries. They'll just swipe their card or run it in front and pass through.
Okay, that's what I was just making sure. I wanted to make sure we weren't gonna go in and do away with the striker doors, electronic striker doors, there, by just going in and saying, okay, you got me in to the building, but there's still another level of security they have to get through before they can get towards any contact with the children and all that. So are they gonna have to hold up their ID to the thing? Is that how they're gonna get in? Or are they just, hey, I'm here, and then they'll get to come in the office and run for the yellow tag?
For the yellow tag, well, they'll have to come straight into the office. The office does not have any mechanism to keep them out.
Okay. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I don't know if anyone else.
Anyone else? Question for Ms. Parker? While we're waiting, I think Mr. Mesa stepped out. Also on the consent agenda, I have another question. I think it's for Mr. Salinas. Agenda item 8H, right? That's still on consent, right? The second reading of local policy CRD. That's the one where there's a, what's the revision, Mr. Salinas? It's on page 157, right? And this is a second reading, so it will pass.
The first reading occurred during update 100. And it was that first portion under district contribution where they asked to eliminate that paragraph from the district contribution.
District contribution regarding?
The amount paid on behalf of the employee. That it wouldn't be based on full-time or part-time type of status.
Okay. So I have questions on that item and a later item, because there seems to be some thinking, some concern out there among the employees that something dramatic is going to happen to the insurance that we provide them. Does this item affect that in any way?
No, sir.
No?
No, and I'll speak to that other item when it comes up.
Okay. So this item H is merely just a revising of the wording. It's on page 157.
The current policy one?
Yes, the one that we're doing a second reading under consent.
Right. That's the reason it took so long, Mike, maybe you can go into it, is because the way it was recommended was that we establish a fiduciary committee. Am I correct? Or am I on the next item for the policy?
No, this is the one with the fiduciary committee.
Right.
Part of update 100 had this recommendation of that first paragraph under district contribution. But during that update, it also asked us to review with legal about the fiduciary committee, whether that was a gift to public funds.
So since then, there was a lot of dialogue and research between our attorneys and our insurance consultants and policy based on whether we should have or should not have a fiduciary committee. So for example, if there's something that isn't qualified under the insurance, we can opt to do it and still cover them. But is that a gift of public funds? And I know that Loud English knows a lot more about this. So after everybody reviewed it, it was a recommendation that we not venture into that. So we struck all the language from the recommendation. But it was a long, arduous debate between Mr. Schulman's office and our insurance consultants. In the end, Mr. Schulman's office proved to be correct, and we went with our attorney's recommendation. So that brings us where we are now ready to present it for a second reading.
Okay, so this won't affect what employees pay?
Absolutely.
No, sir.
Because, yeah, I, for one, will support nothing that raises the cost of insurance for our employees. I just want to make sure this didn't have anything to do with that.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions on this item? Ms. Lozano?
Why, Dr. Rios, why would the insurance want the committee?
Can you speak to that? Because
So that you're the heavies? I mean, you're the ones that are making the tough calls?
No, what this alludes to is that there used to be something there in policy that that was allowing for appeals, but
where fiduciary can make a decision to pay something out of, or not following the health plan. And that's, the recommendation was to do away with that, with that, because it seemed that it was a gift of public funds. So that what we're doing now is just, or the recommendation is just to follow our health plan and just pay according to the health plan. And there is an appeal process within the health plan. So if anyone is in disagreement with how a claim was paid, it is submitted as an appeal to our third-party administrator, and then it is reviewed.
And I will also add that just this past year, we came across a situation where the insurance said, no, we don't cover that. And then through the process of established within the policy, that individual's claim was approved. And it was a substantial claim. But the process already exists. So by us doing it in parallel, it's just not recommended.
This would in no way, though, change the fact that many times when employees, patients are receiving high-cost treatments, if they are under case management services, the case manager might recommend something that's not typically covered. So it's really an extra contractual arrangement that will, in the long run, really benefit us as being self-insured. That still will allow a case manager to make that extra contractual arrangement.
I guess I would have to know more about it, but the example I can give you is that when an employee or when a patient has exhausted all options for medicating their health needs, the doctors sometimes will recommend experimental drugs. And a lot of times, the experimental drugs will be initially declined. They'll say, no, that's just not covered, it isn't proven yet to be effective. Then the process they have for appealing is where the patient appeals, and then they'll say, well, okay, if the doctor's recommending an experimental drug, then does that patient have a unique medical need? And if the patient does have a unique medical need, then they approve it through the established process.
Okay, so that still stands.
Absolutely.
It's just that we're not going to override their no.
Right.
If there is an eventual no on their part, we will not override it, because then we run the risk of it being a gift of public funds. Is that?
But we're adding language that clearly states that. For them to file a formal written appeal in accordance with a health insurance plan document, that language is being added to be clear with our staff.
Thank you.
But it doesn't affect what they pay.
No, sir.
Okay.
I have a
Mr.
question.
Mesa?
So it affects the appeal that they would do initially with the district?
No, we're making it clear for them to file through the appeal process. It's within our plan.
But they would appeal to the insurance.
Yes.
The appeal wouldn't be done locally here. They would have to be turned into the insurance carrier.
That's correct.
And that's what we've done effectively over the last year, and it has worked for the patients, where they have been approved. Now, there might be a case where it's not approved.
Yeah, because I know of some cases that were denied by the insurance, and they appealed it here, and it was approved, because again, certain procedures, like it was a cyber knife
And
procedure, which is very expensive.
yes, but like in cases like that, it did come to the district, but it was ultimately approved through the appeal process on the, within the plan. It was not approved locally. It was approved through the appeal process.
The specific case that you're talking about, Mr. Mesa, and we're both intimately aware of it, it was not approved through the district. It was approved through the insurance process.
So that still is in place.
Absolutely.
Correct.
And the policy will clearly outline that.
Other questions on that? Okay. I think we clarified that because there's some confusion with that and another
Yes.
item. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, so here we are. We need to get through the consent agenda. We were saying that we were going to pull consent agenda item G8, and we're going to table it in a moment. So, does any board member, well, let me backtrack. Is there a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda except for consent agenda item G8? Ms. Lozano has motioned. Is there a second? Ms. Haynes is second. All in favor by a show of hands? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion carries. So, with that said, I'm going to recommend that we table consent agenda item G8 until later this evening when we have some information from the provider, the contractor. Is there a motion to table? Mr. Overfelt has motion. Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion carries. So we'll table that. We'll come back to that later on. So we are through about 5 pages. And Mr. Overfelt, I can read your mind. You want to read the donation list? So please go ahead.
Yes, and it's definitely a long one this month. So here we go. A&G Electric Company, $300 to Delaware High School Metal Trades. Amisad Bank, $100 to Teacher of the Year nominees. Border Federal Credit Union, $300 to Teacher of the Year nominees. Border Federal Credit Union, $100 to Delaware High School. Box Tops for Education, $792.20 to Buena Vista Elementary. Life Touch in the following amounts to the following schools. $1,305 to Buena Vista Elementary, $83.69 to Del Rio High School Journalism, $1,164 to Dr. Fermin Calderon Elementary, $1,257.46 to Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary, $1,546.50 to Garfield Elementary, $1,842 to Irene C. Cardwell Elementary, $859 to Lamar, $886 to North Heights, $707 to Ruben Chavita, $610 to Del Rio Middle School. MoneyLink Financial Services, $100 Teacher of the Year nominees. Queen City Bells Booster Club, $301 to the Del Rio High School Bells. Ilda I. Hernandez and Carlos Rivera, $1,296.81 to Del Rio High School Metal Trades. Texas Community Bank, $50 Teacher of the Year nominees. The Bank and Trust, $300 Teacher of the Year nominees. The Spot and Pro Shop, $56 to Ruben Chavita Elementary. William J. Davis, $300 to Del Rio High School Metal Trades. Air Force Federal Credit Union, $200 Teacher of the Year nominees. Martha A. Galindo, $50 to Teacher of the Year nominees. The following are non-monetary donations. Applebee's Bar and Grill gift cards totaling $25, Teacher Appreciation Celebrations prizes. Ashley Furniture Store gift cards totaling $250, Teacher Appreciation Celebration prizes. And these are all going to be for the Teacher Appreciation Celebration. Bell's Department Store, 1 travel bag, 1 cap, 1 body mist set valued at $50. Bell Furniture, 2 flower vases valued at $70. Border Federal Credit Union, 3 umbrellas, 2 glasses valued at $40. Brown Automotive, 1 oil change, 1 detail job valued at $155. Brown Nissan of Del Rio, 3 lube and filter and oil changes valued at $120. Buffalo Wings and Rings, gift cards totaling $100. Chili's, gift cards totaling $100. Fuddruckers, gift cards totaling $100. HEB 1, number 1, gift cards totaling $50. HEB number 2, gift card, 1 gift basket valued at $35. Hot Pit Barbecue, gift cards totaling $30. IBC Bank, gift cards totaling $200. Julio's Restaurant, 8 bags of chips and salsa and gift cards valued at $150. Manuel's Steakhouse, gift cards totaling $50. Memo's Restaurant, gift cards totaling $20. Mr. Gaddy's, 650 discount tickets valued at $2,225. Poncho's Restaurant, gift cards totaling $50. Ramada Inn, gift cards totaling $40. Ram Country Toyota, 3 caps, 3 cups, 3 keychains valued at $40. Robert's Jewelers, 1 pearl bracelet valued at $99. Rudy's Barbecue, gift cards totaling $40. Russell's Hardware, 1 fragrance warmer valued at $20. Texas Community Bank, 2 gift baskets at $30. Sterling Stockade, gift cards totaling $1,600. Superintendent's Cabinet, gift cards totaling $120. The Bank and Trust, gift cards totaling $30, and 1 stadium seat valued at $40. Walmart Supercenter, gift cards totaling $250. Warren Studio, 1 picture frame valued at $30. And Reno Luna DJ Services, valued at $600.
Thank you, Mr. Overfelt, and as always, we thank all of those individuals and groups that donated to the students and to the district. Very good, Mr. Overfelt, very good. You have a radio personality voice. Very good. Very good, very good. All right, that brings us to agenda item 9, which of course is citizens to be heard, and we dispensed with that earlier in the evening. Just a point of clarification, I actually included in your board packet a letter from Mr. Kohler, which was a written sort of public communication. I hope everyone get that. That was something I want to make sure was distributed. If not, I have another copy.
Another reminder, may I remind you that right now they're taking leadership TASB applications up until July 1st. So,
thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes. Yes, I'm going to suggest.
Okay.
Do we need to take would anyone like to take a short break? Yes, okay. I so move for a 5-minute recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Lozano has a second. All in favor, by a show of hands, unanimous. We are at recess for 5 minutes. Okay, looks like everyone is back, so our 5-minute recess, I believe, is over. I so move to end our 5-minute recess. Mr. Overfeld, a second. All in favor, by a show of hands. Okay, unanimous. Recess is over. Back to work. Agenda item 10, administration. A, discussion regarding a resolution to recall Jose Alfredo Garcia from the Board of Directors of the Val Verde County Appraisal District. Mr. Mesa is asking that we consider this item. Mr. Mesa believes we must recall Mr. Garcia. I informed Mr. Garcia that I felt he should be allowed the right to rebuttal, and he is here tonight. So I think the purpose of this item at this point is to understand what the law says, to outline the process, and to allow both sides to present the merits of their case. Mr. Mesa, since you requested the item, the floor is yours.
okay. Well, this item calls for basic common sense. San Felipe del Rio CISD selects and approves 4 members to represent us on the Val Verde County Board of Appraisals, Board of Director, the Val Verde County Appraisal Board of Directors. And one of the directors became delinquent on his taxes, and tax code section 6.035 states that an individual is ineligible to serve on the Appraisal Board of Directors if the individual owns property on which delinquent taxes have been owed to a taxing unit for more than 60 days. After the date the individual knew or should have known of the delinquency, unless the taxes are subject to an installment payment agreement entered under Texas Tax Code Section 33.025. And on February 25th, 2015, this director in question received a call notifying him of the delinquent taxes for tax year 2013. Director denied that he had missed any payments. Payment was made in full February 25th, 2015, after being contacted by the board attorney. The director was questioned about his 2014 delinquent taxes, and he became defensive and denied any delinquent taxes for the tax year 2014. He had up until April 2nd of 2015 to either make payments or to go into a payment plan. In March, the appraisal district attorney had a training session for all board members. At the training, he stresses again the importance of not having delinquent taxes and the consequences the district would face if someone continued to serve with delinquent taxes. The attorney also stresses how bad it would look for the appraisal district given its history. And again, no payment was agreed on or made on the date of April 2nd. A meeting was set for April 14th with Dr. Rios, Chief Appraiser, Mrs. Sheedy, and myself. Usually it would be the board president, except the director in question is the current president of the current board of directors. Mrs. Sheedy and her staff, along with all the other directors, have worked hard to restore the image that was so damaged by criminal activity from a past chief appraiser. And during all this time, again, keep in mind we had a meeting scheduled for April 16th. And the taxes had been delinquent. Again, they became delinquent April 2nd. And no payment had been made up until payment was made on April 14th after Dr. Rios called this person in question. Now, I do have to tell you that this director is a great person, has served this community well, but it kind of interrupts the general operation of the appraisal district board of directors, because if you have someone who is delinquent on his taxes, they cannot serve, and everything that transpires at that meeting becomes void and invalid. And so normally you would want to lead by example, and by that I mean if you want to deal with business of every taxpayer in this county, you have to set the example of paying taxes on time. These taxes were delinquent for 2013. They were delinquent for 2014. The deadline came and was gone on April 2nd. Taxes were paid on April 14th. Again, keep in mind the meeting was set for April 16th. And so the agenda is set prior to the meeting date. And so those things hamper the general operations of an appraisal district. And as I mentioned, this individual is a great person. The only thing is, my objection, as a director that I sit on the board, is it disrupts the general operation of the board of directors on the appraisal district. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Are there any questions first for Mr. Mesa and his statements? Okay. I have a couple of questions. So, Mr. Garcia at this time is or is not delinquent on his taxes?
He's not.
I'm sorry?
He's not.
He is not delinquent on his taxes at this time. Okay. Are there any other directors who are or have been at any time delinquent on their taxes?
Not that I know, sir. No.
Okay, so we're not sure. When did the appraisal district bring this to the attention of the school district?
A meeting was set for April 14th, because again, there were two options.
Okay.
Either for a recall or resignation.
So when it was brought to the school district's attention on April 14th, had the deadline already passed for Mr. Garcia to not be delinquent?
Yes.
Why wasn't it brought to the attention of the school district sooner?
Well, kids were waiting for payment to be made, and there was no payment, and so this is when Mrs. Sheedy contacted the attorney, and the attorney drafted a letter that was provided to Dr. Rios.
Okay. Do we have that letter?
Yes, sir. I'm sure I have it in my files.
I have one.
You have a copy? Could I see the letter, please?
Sure.
Has anyone among us, has anyone been contacted by any of the other, thank you, any of the other directors of the appraisal district on this matter? The only person I've spoke to, and he didn't bring it to my attention, I asked him about it, was the vice chair, Ramiro Guzman, who told me he'd be available by phone if anyone had a question for him. So that's, I don't know if anyone wants to. Okay. That's the only questions I have at this time. Someone else? Questions for Mr. Mesa, and then we'll allow Mr. Garcia. Any other questions on the board? This is for Mr. Mesa. We're trying to keep it.
Mr. Mesa, is that standard protocol or procedure for contacting the attorney to contact Dr. Rios because this person actually was selected by us?
Yes, it goes to the entity that selects that individual.
Via an attorney or via a visit?
Actually, the attorney contacted Mr. Garcia. Okay? Initially. And then no action was taken to April 2nd. And then that's when it went to Dr. Rios and a letter was drafted.
What date was the attorney initially speaking to the president?
February 25th. And of course, we had a meeting on March. It was in March. I don't have the date, but we had a training session in March.
Other questions for Mr. Mesa? Mr. Mesa, is there any particular reason that that you or Ms. Sheedy or any of the other appraisal directors waited until after the delinquency deadline to inform the district?
No, sir. I guess, all this time we had a meeting schedule, and so we were unsure of whether that individual was going to show up or not and take action. It was just made clear to him that any action taken would invalidate whatever action took place if he chaired the meeting. Okay. So he was not at the April 16th meeting.
Ms. Lozano, you have another question?
He was not at the April 16th meeting, but I believe you said he actually paid on 4/14.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at that point, at the 4/16 meeting, he was no longer delinquent.
He was no longer delinquent, but was not in attendance with an excuse that some accident had transpired, and so he wasn't ineligible to attend the meeting. He was not able to attend the meeting.
Okay.
At that meeting, a decision was going to be made as to whether to remove him, or what was the significance of that 4/16 meeting?
No, it was a regular meeting of the Appraisal Board of Directors.
Yeah, if I can clarify, Ms. Lozano asked at that appraisal meeting, was there going to be action to possibly remove Mr. Garcia? That's not how it works. The law clearly says that the government entity that placed the director on there has the ability to recall a director. It may, does not say shall. In other words, it does not say must be, nor does the law give any clarification as to the circumstances that would warrant a recall. Here's the law, if anybody wants to see it. Okay. If there's no more questions for Mr. Mesa, Mr. Garcia, your rebuttal?
Yes, sir. Do you mind if I approach up here?
Sure, that's fine. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for letting me have this opportunity to address the board. Good evening. I might just read off of here, but there are some issues that I'd like to address that Mr. Mesa had brought up. There have been previous board members, and he's aware of it, that were delinquent on their taxes. And we've had to do, I was not on the board at that time, but there were other board members. Now, let me go ahead and start, and it's very simple. It's come to my attention, let me just read it from first word. It's come to my attention that a board member is requesting to call the appraisal district's board of directors, and I'd like to apologize for having this issue on the agenda. Okay? I'd like the opportunity to explain this. Basically, Mr. Mesa, let me ask you a question also. Did you know that I was on a payment plan?
Yes.
Okay, for
Yes.
both years?
No.
Okay, I
One.
was on a payment plan for both years, yes, sir.
No.
Now, I really don't want to indulge in personal business, but because of the fact of the matter, my character's being questioned, I have to. Unexpected expenses occurred for my business towards the end of the year that set me back quite a bit. Okay, in 3 months, I spent approximately $8,000 on maintenance of one vehicle. My company was not ready for this large cash disbursement, and this was from September to December. When my taxes were due, I went to the county courthouse tax department to set up a payment plan. This plan was to be for 4 months. I asked the clerk if she could set me up on an auto draft for the payment. I was told that the county has no resources to accommodate these types of payments. Most of my payments, because I don't have a secretary, come out automatic draft. Okay, loan payments, car payments, house payments, everything comes out automatic draft. Makes it a lot easier. Unfortunately, I did miss a payment that was unintentional. I was told by your attorney that I had to go and make my payments. I was surprised that the attorney himself, a person I don't even know at that time, was calling me about this issue. I felt that the chief appraiser should at least give me the common courtesy of letting me know. When I was called by the superintendent that the chief appraiser and another board member who serves on both boards were in his office and asking for my resignation, I felt they did not even go through the thorough chain of command on the appraisal board, which is Mr. Guzman is the vice president. I feel that he should have been notified, and our secretary also. I immediately went and paid all my taxes in full, so there's no taxes owed for any years, okay? I was unaware at this time there was such an issue with the chief appraiser and the board member that they felt it should be put on the school board agenda for review and possibly to recall my position. I feel this is an issue because I do question the actions and hold accountable the chief appraiser. She and I have had some problems in the past when it comes to expenses and salary structures for her and employees for the appraisal district. Since we were told directly by the chief appraiser and the attorney told us that we should not address board members, county members, or any other entity in person, I believe that she should address the school board on a quarterly basis and inform you of all the items that are coming through the appraisal district. These are just a few issues that I faced while on the board. Getting back to Mr. Mesa commenting on a black eye for the appraisal board. It was. The gentleman that got caught embezzling over $250,000. Well, I'm proud to say I was on that board that caught him. Me, Mr. Arriola, and Mr. Padilla, all three of us. And we caught him because we asked questions. I'm not proud to say that I didn't pay my taxes. That was totally unintentional on a payment plan. I know you as a board are aware of these positions as the appraisal board are strictly on a volunteer basis and service to our community. We are not elected or do we get paid. We serve on the board because we want to help better our community. I would like to continue to serve on this board. I don't think that there's an issue here. I've got questions. And I can direct those directly to Mr. Mesa because he's on our board for the appraisal district. We're going to be coming up to our budget workshops, aren't we? And I think there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed there, such as salary structures for the employees. I think there needs to be addressed for the new item that they want to bring to the board for $300,000, the paramedic, what is it called? Pictometry. I think there's other issues that need to be addressed as far as expense reports. But there was one issue that, and I'm a guy that I'll ask questions, and I want to find out, give you the opportunity to give me the answers. But this is an issue that I felt should have been at the board level with the appraisal district first, Mr. Mesa. We should have discussed it there. If you felt, and the other board members felt that I was inadequate to perform my duties, then I would have resigned right there. I don't need to be on these boards for recognition. I don't need to be on these boards for anything else. I've constantly asked Dr. Rios, I've asked other board members if there's any help that I can provide, because I've sat in those positions. If there's any help that I can provide, help with anything, other projects. But this issue here, to me, is just, it shouldn't have even gone that far. And I'm not trying to hide it. I don't deny it. But there were certain circumstances, certain issues that a lot of people don't understand. And one of our biggest issues here is that I don't want to be looked at as this person that doesn't take care of his taxes or take care of his community. Last year, I donated $3,000 to this community just in donations. So my biggest problem here is not that you're requesting this, Mr. Mesa. My biggest problem is how it went about. It should have went through our chain of command at our school, at our appraisal district first. Like I said, if they would have said, Joey, go ahead and we want you to resign, I would have did it that day. Now, getting back to my Routman, he hurt his back. So I didn't miss that board intentionally. He went to work. He said he hurt his back. And what am I supposed to do? I've got to have a route run. I've got to have these machines and everything that I have filled. So I had to. It was in good hands with Mr. Guzman. It was in good hands with you. So there's no issue there. But I'd like to take this time to tell you thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Can I ask you a couple questions,
Yes,
Mr. Garcia? The property in question that you, for a short while, were delinquent in paying the taxes on, is that property solely in your name?
Yes, sir.
And when did you pay in full to where you were no longer delinquent?
I've got to go look at the date. I don't really remember. I know it's the date that Dr. Rios had the courtesy to call me up and let me know what was going on. And I went that day and paid it off, and I called him back and told him that it was taken care of. I apologized for it. I was on the four payment plan. The amount was $750, something like that.
Okay, so on or about April the 14th, you paid in full,
Yes, sir.
correct?
The day Dr. Rios called me.
Okay, and so you, at that point, you were no longer delinquent.
Correct.
That's correct?
Yes.
Mr. Mesa? Okay. If the board wants to read this letter, which is dated April the 15th, from the attorneys, McCurry, Valeska, Bragg, and Allen, which apparently are the attorneys for the appraisal district, on the second page it says, and this is dated April the 15th, so this is after you were no longer delinquent, right?
Yes, sir.
The attorney says, addressed to Dr. Rios and Mr. Garcia, I am writing to request that either Mr. Garcia or the school rectify the situation as soon as possible. Says Mr. Garcia can become eligible to serve on the appraisal district board of directors by paying the delinquent taxes. So you already paid when this letter was sent, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right? Okay.
Are there any other questions?
Are there any other appraisal district directors here tonight?
There's a former appraisal.
No, I'm, with all due respect, are there any current appraisal members? Nobody has come forward.
I'm not too sure if anybody's aware of it.
Okay.
I wanted to call and let them know, but
Is there anyone in the foyer, appraisal district director? No. All right. So The only two appraisal district directors discussing this issue are Mr. Garcia and Mr. Mesa.
Correct.
Okay.
And may I say something?
Yes.
We try to, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Garcia. We try to keep it discreet, sir. And, you know, we didn't want to let all the other board members know that what was going on, but let the taxing unit, entity know that one of the directors was in question.
Mr. Mesa, why didn't you talk to Mr. Guzman, who's the vice chair?
Because again, the embarrassment, I really didn't even want to have this in open session, sir.
It's an open session based on our attorney's advice that something like this is not for closed session. I have an email to that effect if anyone would like to see it.
That's.
Mr. Guzman was aware. I made him aware,
Right.
fully aware. Yes, sir.
But I guess my question is, why didn't? Oh, okay. Other questions? Are we through with questions? Ms. Lozano?
Not a question, just a comment. Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry that you had to go through this. Mr. Mesa, while I can see how important it is, I didn't know the history of the appraisal office with someone stealing or whatever. I wasn't aware of that
It was
history.
many years ago.
So I can see why that might be important. However, I don't see that having someone be delinquent and is on a payment plan can compare to anything like that. And to actually ask for this item to be placed on the agenda is embarrassing for me, and I'm sure for all of us here. And quite frankly, we have a lot more important topics to discuss than getting into whatever this little thing is. But I'm sorry we have taken your time. Thank you for coming and telling your side of the story.
Thank you for letting me do that.
And I'm sorry that this had to get to this level.
I appreciate the opportunity, I really do.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
The reason for that is because, as I mentioned, it's common sense. You want to be a board of director, you pay your taxes like the common citizen. You know, Joey, we make decisions.
I'm not denying anything, Mr.
For,
President.
you know, and I have a lot of respect for you, but it bothers me that Mrs. Lozano thinks that this is nothing big. You're making decisions every time that we meet for all the residents of this county, all the taxpayers. And so with that in mind, you have to do what they do, which means pay their taxes. And that's the only thing that I have against. I have a lot of respect for you, sir. Today, you know, again, I call you you call me, I called you. We wanted to set up a lunch date. We couldn't do that. I responded back. I have a lot of respect for you, but I just have that you cannot make decisions for the common taxpayer if you don't pull your weight like everybody else does.
Well, and that's true. That's true. That's very true. The issue here, though, is that when we're on the appraisal board has its own budget, which is funded through the tax collections for y'all. Okay, and I took the initiative when y'all asked me to be a board member to make sure that all the funds that are available come back to the school district. That's important to me, and y'all know that, even you, Ms. Mesa, that you know that the district is very important to me. It's one of the jewels in this city. It really is. It employs a lot of people. It takes care of a lot of people, but most important, it takes care of our kids. And that's the issue that I see. As far as our workshops and our board that we deal with, Mr. Mesa, most of the time it's just expenses. 90% of it is expenses that we deal with. We don't deal with any curriculum. We don't deal with any issues as far as schools or anything like that. Our issue is just expenses. And if I can get the appraisal district chief appraiser to cut the budget or set aside some money or work at giving y'all more money, I've done my job as far as that is concerned. Good example, and I need to ask you this, Mr. Mesa. The appraisal district building, they paid how much for that?
Over 200,000. My understanding, we just paid it off,
That was
but it took a number of years to pay it
300
off.
and something $1,000,
A large amount, yes.
a large amount. Who owns that building?
The taxpayers of Valverde County.
But is it a school district building? It's just overall blanket taxpayers?
Valverde County
Since we are the biggest entity of 60%?
Appraisal District, yes.
Okay. I mean, to me, that was an issue that shouldn't have been done. I would have given that money back to the school district instead of buying the building. But, I mean, these are little facts and figures that you and I need to work out. Mr. President, I'm sorry about that. This is something, like I said, it's in y'all's hands. Y'all decide on what y'all would like me to do, and I appreciate the opportunity.
I have a couple more questions. Mr. Garcia, when does your term end on the appraisal district?
That's a good question.
A few months, I think?
No, it's actually another year.
You went on the appraisal district in what year?
It's what, 3-year terms, Mr. Mesa?
I don't, it's hard because everybody comes in at different
Yeah,
times.
that's the thing.
I don't know how.
So we're not sure when your term ends.
The thing is, you can stay on there as long as you want. Really, you can stay on there as long as you Stay on want. it until you were replaced. Until you want to get off. It's a volunteer position. You don't
Well,
run.
but at least 2 times since I sat on this board, we've put people, or re-put people on that board. So that tells me that there is a time period when your term expires.
Well, the people that y'all replaced probably wanted to get off the board at that time.
Okay. All right, so we don't know for sure what the term is of an appraisal director?
Good question. We
Okay.
should- As
All right.
appraisal,
Who are the appraisal directors who were placed on there by the school board? Who are the 4?
they just came on.
Okay, that question's not for you. Who are the 4?
I'm one of them.
Well, no. Who are the 4? You're one, Joey's another, who are the other 2? No, Joey.
Let me see. Ramiro represents the city. Lupe Buenrostro represents the city. County is represented by. So we have different ones, although we just had a private
Okay.
group that came in.
All right, Mr. Mesa, you said Ramiro represents the city?
Yes.
Okay, that's incorrect. Ramiro represents the school district because I put him on there. Mr. Garcia, other than Ramiro, yourself, and Mr. Mesa, can you name one of the other that the district has put on?
We had 2 new board members, actually 3. I don't know which one.
Okay, that's good enough. I don't mean to embarrass anyone. My point is this.
No, it should be Pam Smith.
My point is this, we don't seem to understand the length of the terms. We're not quite sure who belongs to the district and who doesn't. It was Mr. Perry, by the way, Jim Perry. We put him on at the end of last year. I've heard enough. For me, it's simple. You know, I'm going to compromise and split the baby, so to speak. No one will be happy. Mr. Garcia, you were late in paying your taxes. You were delinquent, but you paid your taxes in full. I mean, that's without dispute. And so you are still eligible to serve. Mr. Mesa is within his right to ask for the item to be on tonight's agenda, and within his right to believe that Mr. Garcia should not serve. As for me, I'll be voting against the recall because you fixed your tax problem. You're currently no longer delinquent. I'm not sure, Joey, to be quite frank with you, I probably wouldn't vote to put you back on, but I'm not voting to recall you because I think it's unnecessary. I think you ought to just serve your term, you fix the problem, and go on. I agree with Mr. Lozano. There are much more pressing concerns facing the district. So, other board members? Comments?
Here.
Mr. Chavita?
I just want to thank you for coming up here, and I think that this should have been here. The fact that it was on the plan, he missed a payment, hey, time should be allotted. So.
The item to actually, that's fine, Mr. Garcia, you can sit down.
Okay,
The item to actually vote is down on the end of the agenda. The only thing that was in closed session was consultation with the attorney if you have any questions. But it's up to y'all if you want to move it up and vote and be done with it, or you want to wait. You have a question for the attorney? Okay. Can we move on? All right. Anyone want to vote on it now? Or I mean, that's consensus. Anyone want to vote on it now, or you want to wait and have some kind of legal question in closed session? Because that's the only thing that could be. Is everybody okay with moving agenda item 17E up to vote? Anyone? Everyone okay with doing that?
Yes.
Get it out of the way. Mr. Garcia can go home. Mr. Mesa can resolve, his point on it. Everybody okay with doing it now?
Yes.
No problems, Mr. Mesa? Okay. We're going to move up agenda item 17E. Consideration to approve resolution to recall Jose Alfredo Garcia from the Board of Directors of Val Verde County Appraisal District. Is there a recommendation or a motion? Mr. Mesa, you are motioning.
Yes.
Could you state the motion to be clear?
A motion to recall, because again, the late payment and it disrupts the operation of the normal procedures of the appraisal board of directors.
Okay. Mr. Mesa has motioned to recall Mr. Garcia, which would involve a resolution as well. Is there a second? Is there a second? There's no second. Motion dies. Okay. We are on agenda item 11, curriculum and instruction. A, consideration to approve an agreement between Southwest Texas Junior College and San Felipe Del Rio CISD to expand career and technical education, technical dual credit courses. Mr. Gonzalez?
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. CTE is requesting to expand its technical dual credit courses offered at Del Rio High School, starting with the junior cohort during the 2015-2016 school year. We will be offering a new aircraft maintenance dual credit courses, and the courses are as follows. Aircraft technology dual credit, which actually consists of 3 dual credit classes through the junior college: shop practices, ground operations, and aviation science. Under the advanced aircraft technology dual credit, basic electricity, landing gear systems, and airframe inspection. The first classes will be offered for juniors. They would be in 8 hours credit, and then during their senior year, they would take the additional 8 hours. The 16 hours will actually create eligibility for the students to actually be in the employment pool through Laughlin Air Force Base. So this actually qualifies them for the Southwest Texas Junior College Level 1 Aircraft Maintenance Certificate.
Questions?
Not necessarily a question, but a comment on it. I think it's awesome that we're going in and doing that. I went through the aircraft maintenance program my senior year and got a chance to be employed out at Laughlin Air Force Base there, and to go in and be able to partner with the junior college and be able to offer this certificate now, and what it will do for the job force there at Laughlin, and really anyone who holds it to go anywhere else there is a very impressive thing when you look at us and the base and the college and being really one of the only places in the United States right now that goes in and allows that to happen. So I'm excited. I told my students about it when they were looking for the instructor on the college side that if I had to do it all over again, I'd take those classes there and go into that side and ultimately get my A&P license there. So I'm excited that we're able to offer that in Del Rio. So that's all.
Anything else? Mr. Chavita?
Yes, I think it's a great thing. As a matter of fact, one of my nephews was one of the original grow your own type of thing. He's been working there for about, I don't know. So it's a great thing. So it's going to be the same program that was, and it'll be done at the base.
Exactly. During their junior year, one of the classes is actually changed to a 2-hour block to accommodate the dual credit. So the junior year, it's 8 hours of dual credit. Senior year, 8 hours. This will qualify him for a one-year certificate.
That's great.
You're batting 1,000 tonight, Mr. Gonzalez. You're just,
I appreciate it.
star welding student, star aviation. Anything else?
Flying high.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve this aircraft maintenance dual credit courses available to Del Rio High School students.
Heard the recommendation, I so move to accept. Is there a second? Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 12, Facilities and Operation. A, consideration award RFCSP number 15-23 Career and Technical Education Center Project. Ms. Parker, Michael Martinez from PBK is not here, but I think the superintendent's going to give us an update.
We have received the bids for the project, but at this time, we're not ready to make a recommendation, but we'll certainly be able to make the recommendation at the next regular board meeting. We would like to table it at this time, sir, for next meeting.
Okay. You know, the CT program generally has been a priority, I think, for this board for a number of years. And we're all kind of hopeful and focused on that building. I know there's been some angst about the finalized plans. That would be my biggest concern, that the appropriate amount of due diligence and focus and attention be given to the end users and making sure that the plans are as thorough and as complete as they can be. And I believe that's been ongoing, correct? That we're continuing to work and make that happen. So we can probably expect this to come back at our June regular then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's our goal, and I'm confident that we'll be able to meet our goal.
Okay, so the recommendation, the administration is asking us to table this until the June regular meeting. Is there a motion to accept?
Motion.
Mr. Overfelt, his motion. Is there a second? Mr. Chavita, a second. All in favor by a show of hands? It's unanimous. Motion carries. That's tabled for next month. Agenda item 12B, consideration to approve the first reading of Policy Update 101 affecting local policies BE, CH, DGBA, EB, EIAB, FFA, FFG, FMG, FNG, and GF. Mr. Salinas.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, Dr. Rios. Update 101 addresses the recent changes to the Texas Administrative Code. The Update 101 manual, along with the local policy side-by-side comparisons and the board member vantage points, were provided to you under separate cover. Basically, it's this. And all of Update 101 has been reviewed by all of the cabinet members. In addition, I prepared an administrative summary for you that I presented to you also under separate cover. And at this time, I would like to review some noted administrative changes to some of these policies. Normally, we are in 100% agreement with the TASB Policy Service, but in this case, we wanted to point out some noted changes that the administration would like to make. On BE Local, which is board meetings, please note that we opted to leave the superintendent as someone that can call special and emergency meetings. The superintendent has been named in past policies, and unless y'all think otherwise, we felt that the superintendent should remain. On CH Local, policy dealing with purchasing, please note that we opted to leave the professional services section as is. That is something that we've just come accustomed to presenting to y'all, and so we felt no need to have it removed from policy since our CFO is very comfortable in making sure that we present the items that are listed under professional services, which is all contracts for professional services, shall be reviewed and evaluated by the board at least every 3 years. And she has that on a calendar, and she has been presenting those. EIAB local policy, please note, this is the grading makeup work policy. Please note that at this time we are opting to leave this policy instead of deleting it completely until we complete the review of all of our district regulations and exhibits. What TASB is saying on this policy is that basically everything that is written there are administrative guidelines, and it really shouldn't be in policy. keep it in mind that when you do put a administrative regulation in policy, the only way you can change it is to come back to the board. But at this time, we're comfortable leaving it as is. If we do need to make a change in that makeup work policy, we will certainly bring it back to you. FFA local, you won't see a side-by-side since that is a policy that neither TASB nor the administration is looking to make any changes on, and so therefore TASB didn't even include it on the local update. The last one is FMG, which is our travel policy. Again, please note that we're recommending no changes to this policy since, again, those administrative guidelines that are in there, we prefer for them to be in policy, and that we've opted to leave our common district practice in that policy. So other than those noted changes, we agree with the other recommendations from TASB. So in summary, there are 22 legal policy additions, revisions, or deletions, 10 local policy addition, revisions, or deletions, and 2 exhibit addition, revisions, or deletions for this first reading. Are there any questions?
Questions? This is more evidence of why I think there's got to be a better way to do policy review. It's a lot of stuff to digest. Any questions? Okay, the recommendation then.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of Update 101 and add, revise, or delete local policies BE, CH, DGBA, EB, EIAB, FFA, FFG, FMG, FNG, and GF as recommended by TASB Policy Service with the noted administrative changes and according to the instruction sheet for TASB Localized Policy Manual Update 101 as presented.
Okay, with further recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita's motion, is there a second? Ms. Martinez-Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. All opposed? Abstentions? 1 abstention.
Just because I wasn't here for the discussion.
Okay. So we have, how many was it in favor? 1, 2, 5 in favor. No opposed, 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 13, Business and Finance. A, consideration to approve the brokerage store as vendor for the UIL student catastrophic insurance for 3 years through 2017-2018 school year. Ms. Valdez isn't here, so I think Ms. Douglas will do this.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. I'm here to present for your consideration to approve the brokerage store as the vendor for the UIL student catastrophic insurance for 3 years through the year ending 2017 to 2018. The district has historically purchased this insurance for students who participate in UIL events, all UIL events. The students also have the opportunity to purchase individual basic accidental health insurance coverage. The brokerage store has been the provider of this insurance since 2007-2008. An RFP was initiated, but only one company was interested, and that was the brokerage store. The purchase order is for the premium beginning September 1st, 2015 through August 31st, 2016, with a 2-year rate guarantee of $63,139.
Okay, are there questions about this? Ms. Lozano?
I just have one question. I noticed that this is only for junior high and high school. Student athletic accident insurance. So we don't have anything for the younger kids? I mean, I know they're not typically involved in athletic competition, but don't they travel, don't they?
No, this is specifically for athletics. When groups have taken on long trips, we've asked them to buy insurance for that. So for example, the group that went to Disneyland and the group that went to New York, we asked them to buy insurance, and they did. That's how we've handled it, at least since I've been here. but no, this is strictly for athletics. Now, we can look to see if there's a need to have any other kind of insurance for field trips beyond what we have coverage for through transportation. But
I don't know that it's necessary. I was just, our younger kids travel.
a comment was
more than
made.
they used to.
Comment was made today, when you have insurance, that's when you get sued. So it may not be necessary to have, but nonetheless, I'll make sure that we look
That must
into
have
it
come from an attorney.
from an insurance broker.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, the recommendation?
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the brokerage store as the vendor for the UIL student catastrophic insurance coverage for 3 years through the 2017-2018 school year, and to approve the payment of the purchase order $25,000 to the brokerage store in the amount of $63,139.
We've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motioned. Is there a second? Ms. Haynes has second. All in favor by show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. No one opposed. Motion carries. Agenda item 13B, consideration to approve memorandum of understanding in accordance with section 642E5 of the Head Start Act. Head Start agencies, grantees are required to enter into a memorandum of understanding with appropriate local entities. Ms. Guanajuato Webb.
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, in your packet under separate cover, you have MOUs for United Medical Center and Frontera Pediatrics. These both were not available at the April board meeting, so they come before you today for your approval.
I think these were just left off, right?
Yes, they were not ready for the April meeting.
Okay. Any questions? Recommendation?
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the memorandum of understanding and authorize the superintendent to sign the memorandums of understanding as presented.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion, Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands. 5 in favor, no one opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Dr. Rios has something to.
I'd like to speak to the next item before I ask Laura English to present, because I know
Okay.
there's been questions, and I'd like to.
Yes, okay, so we are on agenda item 13C. Consideration to approve the TASB Supplemental Employee Benefits Cooperative and vendors that are authorized through the Benefits Cooperative to administer the optional insurance plans and provide consulting services for the self-funded health insurance plan. So Dr. Rios has some comments. I think we all have some comments and questions regarding insurance. So if you would, Dr. Rios?
Thank you, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board. The district has employed the services of First Financial to represent the optional insurance carriers. I'm talking about groups like AFLAC, Itopia, different types of cancer policies. This is not our main insurance, our health insurance that everybody has, that the district provides. These are the optional insurance plans that employees choose to purchase or choose not to purchase. But rather than the district dealing with individual vendors, First Financial has represented these vendors and sold the insurance to our employees. Additionally, First Financial does consult for the needs of the larger insurance plan. Case in point, over the last few years, we have dipped consistently into the self-funded insurance plan fund balance. So that fund balance has gone down over the last few years. First Financial provided some recommendations. They forecast the district will have to dip into the fund balance again, approximately $750,000, between $700,000 and $800,000. I think $750,000 rings a bell. Their recommendation for overcoming that deficit was to reduce the benefits to our employees, to increase the employee's burden. For example, they would pay for all lab work was a big one. Another one was to have the employees have a higher deductible, and they provided a list of recommendations, but all of them had to do with reducing the benefits to the employee. At that time, I directed First Financial to bring us other benefits. What can we do to not reduce the benefits so drastically? Because it very clearly put the burden on the employee. First Financial did not recommend to have the employees pay out of pocket into the plan. But they also didn't recommend having the district contribute more to the plan. They simply recommended reducing the benefits. At that time, I rejected the plan. I directed administration and the consultants to go back and bring us options which would include partially decreasing the benefits. Another option would be for the district to increase the contribution, which incidentally, the district for the last 3 years had not increased the contribution on the district's part. But 3 years prior, for 5 years at least, the district had increased its contribution for an average of $20 a year per employee, per month. So my thinking was that it was unfair to just say, not consider other options, such as having the district increase the benefits. So I told them, I said, at this time, we're not going to do that. We are going to present to the board at the budget, at the next budget workshop, which is coming up on the 28th, I believe, different options. Prior to us presenting the options, we would like for the committee to entertain different options and make that recommendation. The committee met. They overwhelmingly rejected the reduction of benefits. We will present to y'all options, and we'll recommend the option where we increase the district's contribution to overcome half of the deficit, because we feel that we have enough in fund balance to where if instead of dipping 750,000 or 800,000 in fund balance, if those projections are correct, where we are going to dip that much, well then let's have the district contribute to make up for half of that deficit. If at the end of the year we in fact do go into fund balance 400,000, well then we know that the next year let's increase it another 400. But we don't believe that we have to put any of the burden on the employees. We don't believe that we have to decrease the benefits. We think that there's enough in fund balance where if the district does provides for half of the deficit, it'll give us another year to study it. So there's no truth to the concern that the district will require employees to pay for insurance. There is no truth, although it was a recommendation from the consultant to decrease the benefits. That is not what will be. Different options will be presented to you next week, but nothing will be recommended. However, the board can direct us to make a different recommendation. But I want to be clear that it has nothing to do with increasing the benefits. What this agenda item does do is recommend that we change from First Financial to TASB as our consultant and representative for supplemental insurances. Both First Financial and the Gallagher Group with TASB presented to the committee. They met in this room. Some members are present from that committee. And Laura can tell you how many people were on the committee, but I believe that the report that I got was that only one person voted to stay with First Financial. Everybody else voted to go with TASB. All this means is we're switching from First Financial to TASB. That's all it means. But because there have been questions, I went to that long dialogue, and I apologize if I went too long.
Questions, comments? No comments? Myself, this is something I'm going to watch real closely because, no, I won't support any increase cost for employees or any decrease in benefits. I think that's just unacceptable considering the money that we're spending on other things. So, questions on this item specifically? So we're moving from First Financial to TASB as the
consultant and the representative of optional insurance.
What was that last minute? I know you sent a last minute update.
Yes, sir.
Was that related to this?
Yes, sir.
Because I didn't read it, so.
Yes, sir. The Once the insurance committee voted to go with TASB, Ms. Valdez requested a contract from TASB and the Gallagher Group. They provided the contract. We sent it to our attorney to review like we do all contracts. The attorney did not receive the contract because we didn't send it that very same day. Received it a couple days later. Just wasn't enough time to go back to TASB and say, look, these are some items that must be included. So the attorney made some corrections to the contract and sent the contract to TASB and talked to him on the phone. So tonight, we are presenting this item for approval pending legal review. In other words, you vote to approve it only when our attorney agrees that it is in the best interest of the district. In other words, the contract meets all the requirements. However, we have to bring this today because this is one of those items that we've already delayed it. And I don't want to speak ill of anyone, but if you remember, you all received some emails from a couple of individuals. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say these were scare tactics, where it was timely and our employees were going to lose their insurance benefits, and that's just not the case. However, we do have to make a decision because we do have to begin moving forward with registering employees. So this is one of those time issues, but the committee has made the recommendation, and we will not sign a contract until legal recommends that we sign it when they feel the contract is in the best interest of the district. And I'm very confident that based on the conversations I had with Mr. Schulman today, that we will get there pretty soon, probably by the end of the week. We were hoping that we could get it done today. I just didn't have a chance to go back and visit with Mr. Schulman.
Any questions? Everyone ready for the recommendation and a vote? Okay. Ms. Lozano has a question.
To clarify, it's going to be TASB versus, what was the prior one?
First Financial. But TASB, the Gallagher Group works with TASB. And I believe we have representatives from the Gallagher Group here, if you have any specific questions.
Yes.
So,
he's a representative.
My name is Steve Huerta. I'm the director of First Public, which is subsidiary of TASB. So the TASB Benefits Cooperative, really, there's two parts to it. There's a medical consulting division, which we partner with Gallagher Benefits Group. There's also another component, which we do the voluntary benefits, which Dr. Rios explained, voluntary optional insurance, that First Public handles the broker of record on that particular area. So.
Questions?
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no questions, no further comment, Dr. Rios?
No, sir. I think we're heading in the right direction, and it's definitely a decrease for our employees who wish to take optional insurances. All of the people all of the firms that are being represented by First Financial will work with the group under TASB, so our employees will not lose continuity of benefits.
Okay, I guess we need the recommendation if there's no more questions. Recommendation.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve TASB Supplemental Employee Benefits Cooperative and vendors that are authorized through the Benefits Cooperative to administer the optional insurance plans and provide consulting services for the self-funded health plan pending legal review on contracts.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motioned. Is there a second? Ms. Martinez Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. All opposed? No opposed. Very rare abstention. I'm going to abstain. I didn't read the communique. I'm just real cautious on something like this. I'd like more information. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. None opposed, 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. I said I'd never abstain, but I didn't feel I had enough information. 14, Human Resources and Student Services. A, consideration to approve the Career and Technical Education Coordinator position, the job description, evaluation forms, and the revised administrative job classification listing. Dr. Patty.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. At this time, under separate cover, you received a job description evaluation form for a new position that Mr. Roger Gonzalez is recommending this evening. He is recommending taking a budgeted vacancy that he had on the books and convert that to this new position at a pay grade 4A, 226 days out of the 172, which is the CAPE funding. He's here to address you if you have any questions about the job description or evaluation. And we also included under the separate cover the administrative job classification listing for your review.
Any questions for Mr. Gonzalez about this position for his rapidly expanding CTE program? That is accurate, right, Mr. Gonzalez? I mean, you've grown exponentially in the last several years.
We are adding some more courses, and hopefully we will be growing because of House Bill 5. Yes, sir.
Questions? Okay, Ms.
What was
Lozano?
the vacancy? It was just,
The vacancy was a
Freshman.
freshman teacher.
okay. Thank you. And we won't need that anymore.
Okay, the recommendation, if there's no questions?
Yes, sir. It is a recommendation of the administration that the Career and Technical Education Coordinator position, the job description and evaluation forms, and the revised administrative classification listing be approved as presented this evening.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motioned. I'll second. All in favor by a show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, none opposed. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 14B, consideration to approve the administrative director position and the revised administrative job classification listing. Dr. Patty, you're up again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Rios has a comment.
I believe it was at the last board meeting, we brought this agenda item to approve the administrative job classification, the job description. At that time, you all approved it. But we didn't have funding for the position. I take it back. It's not that we didn't have funding. We didn't present the funding for it as we have today. We have a position which is the assistant principal at the freshman campus. We never intended to fill that position. However, in the budget process, we didn't remove that. That's where the funding will come from, so we can begin the reorganization now. The purpose of this position, as I shared with y'all before, is one, to continue to focus on the grants. We presented to y'all the benefits of the EIP grant. We think that we can successfully go after more money that can support existing programs. So we value that. We also will dedicate a large part of this position to working with the board on policy updates. One of the reasons that our local policies are so extensive is because we do not have appropriate admin regulations. So TASB is right in that the policies shouldn't be that specific, but we don't have admin regs in place. We have been working to implement admin regs, but they're not really specific to our process yet because there's so many of them. There should be a revision of the local policy. There should be an audit of the legal policy to make sure that our local policies are clearly in line, and there should be a reduction of the length of the local policies and address items under administrative regulations, even with more detail. But that is a tedious work. We have done as best we can within the time, but even right now, we have been delayed in presenting to y'all the last update because there's just a whole lot on the plate. We think we could do a better job if we had somebody dedicated to grants, to policy review, as I've explained, and then also work with other items that we have to deal with, that we just sometimes put on the back burner. You've approved the recommendation today. We're asking you to approve it so that we can fill the position.
Questions on this item? No? Okay, the recommendation?
It is the recommendation of the administration that the administrative director position and the revised administrative classification listing be approved as presented this evening.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motioned. Is there a second? Mrs. Martinez-Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? 1, 2, 3 in favor. All opposed? 2 opposed. Motion carries. Agenda item 14C, consideration to approve the revised 2014-15 athletic stipend listing. Dr. Patty, you're up again.
Okay, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios. The administration at this time reviewed the recommendation made by Coach Rick Smith, and he would like to add a head swimming coach stipend in the amount of $6,930, which is the equivalent of all our other head coaches, for a new swimming program that he would like to initiate in the upcoming school year. The reason we're bringing it to you now is so that we can post that position and he can get the appropriate personnel in place. It would carry 12 extra days like all our other head coaches, and it would be one position that he's asking for. And he's here today if you have any questions about the program.
Any questions for Coach Smith? Lozano has a question? No? Or are you just stretching?
No, I had a question. I just, hey, Coach.
Hi.
I just did just a quick search and see that the athletic stipend listed for the head swimming coach is really similar to the North Side Independent School District, which is at $7,000 for 19 days. So is this high?
Well, I just feel like all of our head coaches should be paid the same. We're going to expect this person to do the work that all of our other head coaches do, and I feel like they should be compensated equally.
And will this person come from your current staff, or you're going to have to go external?
Well, we hope somebody from within. I've got 3 people that are interested in the position, and we've maybe going to hire another person that might be interested also.
Did you have something to add, Dr. Rios? No?
No, it's just I just want to reiterate what the coach said. Our head volleyball coach, our head basketball coach, they all make the same. So this isn't anything that we're doing above and beyond, but we're certainly not paying them less. It's a head job.
Thank you.
Mr. Chavita has a question.
Coach,
Yes, sir.
I can see why they should be paid the same, but do we have that many students wanted to go out for a swimming team?
Right now, we have 6 athletes identified, and they're all part of a swim club right now. We haven't really advertised or said that we're going to have a swim team to see really how many people are interested.
And we will practice at the Buena Vista pool?
No, sir. I've already met with Laughlin once, and there's a P4 initiative that's going on right now between the community and the school district and the county, I believe, and the city. And this was something that they wanted to make a part of that initiative. And in meeting with them, they're excited about helping us out as a school district, and our kids allowed to swim in their pool.
Well, I'm glad that you're doing that, because I was going to say, this one here is not open all year long.
No.
So thank you.
Cross country is the last one to swim in.
Yeah, that's great.
So.
You covered all your bases.
All right. Yes, sir. And this is the early stages. We had to put this, I guess, on the papers before we went any further.
There was a swimming program before. Do you know why it was dissolved or removed?
Several reasons. The coach, her son graduated.
Oh, okay.
That was one reason. And then there were some issues getting on the base at certain times when they needed to practice. And I think there was a team of 8, and most of them were seniors. I think they all graduated, and it just kind of dissolved.
You don't foresee having those same problems getting on base?
We hope not.
I think, if I may, Mr. Garabedian, I think that one of the major differences now, as opposed to then, is that the private clubs, the community, have grown. Whereas when we first tried this years ago, I believe I was in the district at that time, there wasn't the demand from the community. So at this point, even if the current students that are interested in it will graduate, there's almost a self-sustaining demand for it because of the private clubs that have developed. I don't know the name of it, but
Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks, yes.
Ms. Diaz is in the bag of green. I think her son is part of it. So I think that we'll have continued.
And Dr. Garza just reminded me that there were some issues with getting on the base, and that was probably the biggest issue was, and we think we've got that worked out.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, the recommendation?
It is the recommendation of the administration that the revised 2014-2015 athletic stipend listing be approved as presented this evening to include the head swim and coach of $6,930 with 12 extra days for one position.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? It's unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 14D, consideration to approve the employee job description evaluation forms for the maintenance department. Dr. Patty.
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios, as you know, in the last couple of months, we've been bringing job descriptions and evaluations to the board for your consideration. This evening, in your packet, you received the job evaluations and descriptions, or evaluations, for the maintenance department. Mr. Salinas and his staff have reviewed each and every one of the job descriptions and evaluations and have made the appropriate changes that were in your packet. So if you have any questions, Mr. Salinas is prepared to answer those.
Any questions? Okay, the recommendation then.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the employee job description evaluation forms for the maintenance department be approved as presented this evening.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion. We need a second. Is there a second? Ms. Haynes is second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, before we move on, there's nothing under 15. Before we go to 16, closed session, we need to go back to consent agenda item G8, because that's where we left off. We said that we tabled it or postponed till later in the evening. Hopefully there was some information. Dr. Rios?
I haven't had a chance to visit with Ms. Garcia. Can we address it when we come back out of executive session to give me a chance to visit with?
Well, we can do that. I mean, we said before the evening was through, so y'all can talk, I guess, at some point. All right, just don't let us forget. I'm gonna write it just in case. Consent agenda. What was it? G8. Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll come back to that. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 16, closed session. It is now 10:30 p.m., May 18th, 2015, and the Board of Trustees will recess this open session and convene a closed meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D and E. We're able to do that under 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.084, 551.087. Specifically tonight, A, pursuant to 551.074, discussion of personnel or hear complaints against personnel. 1, discussion of personnel report to include the following: new hires, district vacancies, retirements, resignations, reassignments. 2, discussion of salary adjustments to include, but not limited to, the following justification: service credit, master's degree, stipends. 3, discussion of head basketball coach, boys program. 4, discussion of teacher contracts, and it was on the agenda, so I'm going to read it. B, pursuant to 551.071, discussion with and to hear advice from legal counsel. 1, recall of director from Board of Directors of Val Verde County Appraisal District, Jose Alfredo Garcia, but that, of course, was dispensed with earlier. All final votes, actions, or decisions will be taken in open session. We're now in closed session. Okay, it is now 10:58 p.m., May 18th, 2015. The Board of Trustees will now reconvene in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D and E. No action was taken in closed session. So now that we are reconvened to open session, we have a number of items that were discussed in closed session to act on, and we also have to revisit that consent agenda item that we said we'd come back to. So let's go with, let's do the ones that we had under closed session first. So 17A, consideration to approve the personnel report to include the following: new hires, district vacancies, retirements, resignations.
Okay, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios. At this time, the administration recommends the following applicants for hire as new teachers in our district. Mr. Leonardo Ramos, PE teacher at Del Rio Middle School. Ms. Alexandra McGill, English teacher at Del Rio Freshman Campus. And Crystal Lane, English teacher at Del Rio High School.
Further recommendations, is there a motion to accept? Ms. Lozano has motion, Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? It's unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you.
17B, consideration to approve salary adjustments to include the following: justification, service credit, master's degree stipends. Dr. Patty?
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the salary adjustments be approved as presented in closed executive session this evening.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 17C, consideration to approve the head basketball coach boys program. Dr. Patty, or did you have a question? Oh, no. You're ready to vote? Okay, Dr. Patty, the
Yes, sir.
recommendation.
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, and Dr. Rios. At this time, the administration recommends Mr. Jose Luis Nieto for our new head basketball coach at Del Rio High School.
For further recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Ms. Haynes has motion, Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Agenda item 17D, consideration to approve teacher contracts. Dr. Patty?
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the School Board of Trustees approve the 6 teacher contracts as presented in closed executive session this evening.
We've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion. Is there a second? Need a second. Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous. Motion carries. That's it under agenda item 17. Just for the record, there is no action on E because we took care of that earlier. That wasn't discussed in closed session. It was acted on open session a couple hours ago, I believe it was. Okay, so consent agenda G8. Someone, just to be real clear, does someone want to read the recommendation for that? There was a recommendation memo, so. Consent agenda G8 is the one that we tabled to get more information on, or for the board to have more time to consider what was being asked. So, questions, no questions? Okay, you have a question, Ms. Lozano has a question.
Could you, just for the public's purpose, share what it was that you shared with us inside in closed session?
Yes, ma'am. Since the agenda item was tabled to just right before we went to executive session, our CNI staff attempted to contact QTEL both in their personal cell phones and in their office, and they were not able to. However, one other member of the CNI staff did review the report that Mr. Garabedian shared with us, and under the data analysis portion of it, it says various contextual factors also cause QTEL implementation to vary from the intended design. Budget crisis and teacher layoffs were the biggest challenges to consistent implementation. Non-QTEL related reforms, changing academic calendars, professional culture, principal leadership, and teacher buy-in also contributed. Teacher participation in QTEL was generally low, and missing or incomplete implementation data contributed to an incomplete picture of implementation. Basically, what the report is saying is that there was various factors that rendered the implementation of QTEL. And I'll share with the board that there has there have been instances, recent instances in our district when we provided staff development that we bring from the outside, and the buy-in has been tremendous. But the buy-in has been tremendous because of the way we roll it out and we implement it. For example, the Abydos Writing Project that happened this summer. We asked teachers to give up, I believe it was 8 days?
It was 2 weeks.
Monday through Thursday though, right? Right. 2 weeks to do staff development. But because of the way we rolled it out and we implemented it, it was a huge success. I think that that I will not be able to find a report of this type for Texas. Again, when we research these programs, a lot of it is qualitative research, not quantitative, which is done by a bigger agency, mainly because they haven't had a lot of work in Texas. But where they have had it and where I have reviewed it, it's been successful. There was obviously problems in California, but we all know that a couple of years, the economic crisis that California went through and the immense teacher layoffs and other things that were happening. This is important. Like I said, we wrote the EIP grant in part to recruit people, but in part to provide quality staff development, just like we did with Abydos, and it was a huge success. I believe this will be a huge success. And obviously, it's the wishes of the board, but obviously, I strongly recommend that we move forward with the contract.
Ms. Lozano?
If we do not approve this, whether tonight or another night, how will we prepare our teachers?
I'm sorry?
How will we prepare
our teachers as,
for the bilingual
Yeah, for the-
centers, right?
yes,
Okay,
I mean, because I'm sure that's what the focus is.
I also want to clarify that this isn't just for the bilingual centers. For example, there's extensive staff development for secondary. There's extensive staff development for the central office leadership in terms of articulating our bilingual program.
But it is for bilingual.
It's for the
Bilingual
bilingual
ESL. So it's for the
May not
entire
just be the
program. Yes, ma'am. It'll be difficult because this is the plan that we researched. I'm not gonna resort to scare tactics and say that it'll be impossible. You know, it'll be obviously more work, that we haven't a lot of time for between now and then. But I think that this definitely provides, no disrespect, but I think this definitely provides much, much higher quality than anything we could develop locally between now and the beginning of the summer.
If we, go ahead.
I'm sorry, waiting till the 28th is,
It's a risk because we don't know what QTEL will do. We already asked them to wait, and obviously they gave us the last days they had available. But I'm also not, I'm just saying it's a risk because I don't know.
They didn't answer.
Right.
So there's no answer, because they didn't answer. Mr. Chavita?
So totally, how many days are we supposed to have this program here? And also, how many people will be involved? More or less.
The first session, which is the big session with the elementary teachers, you have the scope of work there. What was it up to?
With the Elementary Institute, that's a total of 80 participants that we can include, the elementary. And then for secondary, for each of the core areas, is up to 40 participants.
So, and the 80 days is a total of, I'm sorry, the 80 participants, it's a total of 2 days or 3 days?
It's a total of four days.
4 days.
It's
And
two 4-day institutes, because they do 40, they train 40 individuals at one time, so 40.
And for secondary, we bring all the math teachers that are gonna work with ESL students, all the language teachers, ELA teachers, I'm sorry, all the science teachers, because we're gonna develop, or implement the true sheltered instruction model, where kids go from teacher to teacher, that are trained on sheltered instruction and the different strategies. So that's just the teachers. 80 elementary teachers in 2 different sessions, 40 at a time, and then up to 30 secondary teachers per content area. That's up to 34 different, 4 different sessions, up to 30, so that's 120.
At 40, sir, up to 40 teachers.
I'm sorry, up to 40, that's 160 teachers, and that was also 4 days?
Yes.
Then the work that they do with the central
Leadership,
office,
the
with
actual
the leadership?
leadership, and that'll be 32 participants.
Okay, and that's 2 days plus some follow-up webinars, correct?
Yeah, 3 in-person sessions, and then follow-up with webinars.
Webinars. So it is training a significant amount of staff over a significant number of days. It is expensive, no doubt. And the times I've seen this implemented, it's been implemented through grants. For example, in Austin, which is where I'm intimately familiar with, it was through a Gates grant that it was implemented. Here, we got the EIP grant, which is how we will pay for it.
I'm all for it. And one of 2 reasons. Number one, I think you people have, I rely on your expertise and the time that you put into it. And I think it's a good program based on that. And if we, and anything, regardless of what you buy, it all depends on how you implement and how the people go on and utilize this information that is given to them. And any program that we get, such as this one, is going to cost money. You know, I noticed there, nearly all the programs, $66,000. It's only 1 or 2 days. So this one, it's involved a lot of days, and again, it goes on to how do we utilize it, how do the people get out and get the information that is given to them.
Do we have the amount of money that we paid for the Abido's writing over the summer?
It
over the
was
last
on
year?
the PowerPoint. Do you want me to bring it up real quick?
Just because I know it's not obviously as expensive
I don't know
as
if
this,
it
but it
was
wasn't as,
108 or 180, let me see here.
How many people did that train?
That was about 75 staff members.
Right here, 108.
how much was it?
108.
So we paid 108,000 for 75 staff members. If you do the math, the 60 and the 120, it's about, it's gonna be pretty close to it. That's how expensive this type of training costs.
Yeah.
And we didn't pick them out of a hat. I mean, we looked at, obviously, I'm familiar with them because of the research I did. I think that if we wait a week.
That's good enough for me.
Any other questions? No? Comments? Go ahead.
I too have, concerns that we may not have, not that you didn't do a thorough research, but it's so expensive. But my fear is that if we don't do it, if they come back, by the 28th or whatever, and those days are used by someone else, taken by someone else, then how are we going to prepare our teachers to do the job that they need to do? I mean, it's, again, how many times have we've heard, you're not giving me the resources, you're not giving me the tools that I need.
Let's see, Ms. Kirby. I appreciate your comment, Ms. Lozano, but I want to be clear. I don't want the board to approve it based on fear. I want the board to approve it because we did the research. It would be impossible to go research a whole different program and then bring a different recommendation in June. This is what we selected. This is where we did our homework and our research. If I was to come back in a week and say we're not implementing it, which I just don't see how I would find information to support that we wouldn't implement it. I don't have Plan B because it's too late in the game. The Plan B would be for us to do something locally or to work with a service center that doesn't have an established bilingual program training.
Anything else? Ready for the recommendation?
Should I include include in the recommendation paid with EIP funds, just to make it clear?
Sure, that'll make it clear.
And there will be no San Francisco trip,
Right.
because that is in the statement of work.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve for the superintendent to sign the contract with WestEd and pay with EEIP when invoice is due, and not to include the San Francisco trip.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by show of hands? 2 in favor, all opposed? 2 opposed, 3 opposed. Okay, motion dies.
So there'll be no more discussion about this.
I can come back.
My thought is that tomorrow morning you get up and try again, so you don't lose your day. That was, I should have said that, but, I mean, I just feel like it needs to be, it's a lot of money. Some things.
Any questions? Okay. So we are on agenda item 18, discussion of first budget workshop for May 28th, 2015. So I guess there's a budget workshop in about a week, 13 days. Okay.
Well, the only thing was that I did not bring recommendations for personnel today. Our thought was that we would have the budget workshop on personnel, meaning principals, for this coming year, because I'm waiting for the climate survey to be fully studied as well as scores, and I'd like to make a presentation of our recommendations for this coming year after we have all the data, so that I can make sure that y'all understand that I thoroughly reviewed it. So I just want to make sure that we can have enough people here on the 28th to take action on it. That was it. I just want to make sure that, know that it's more than a workshop, it's an actual meeting.
I'll be here. I guess everyone else. Okay. All right, agenda item 19. If there's no further business before this board, is there a motion to adjourn? Ms. Haynes has motion. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by show of hands? Unanimous. Motion carries. We're adjourned.